Once upon a time we were both happy. Everything was fine, then suddenly it leave. I was left behind, broken in pieces. Then you'd reappear. Sometimes we all feel a little afraid. We don't put our emotions on display. But I've gotta be strong. I don't wanna know. So if you feel it too, your chances are gone. And I don't need you anymore.
temptation to hit Ireland with. Let's go. It was my there we go. Turn down a little bit, just a wee bit. But what's going on, gamers? What's up, there we go. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. My name is Ethan, but you call me Voodoo. You know. Oh, I know that you know. Your friendly neighborhood streamer man. Welcome in. Happy hump day. Hope you all are doing well out there. Welcome in, gamers. Let me pass out some high fives. Russell, welcome in, Russell. High five. Welcome in, Russell. Congratulations on snagging the first good sir. It's been a while since I've seen you, Russell. Hope life has been well for you, man. Thanks for dropping and popping and hanging out while you can. I very much appreciate your free time. Who else we got in here? Chaos Control, welcome in. High five, Chaos. Hope you're doing well. I appreciate you. Nice to have Fierce Panda out there. Welcome in. Panda as well. Woo! How we doing? It's been going well. Recovery is going well. Glad to hear that. You're back at home now, right? Back at home now? Yo, what up, Ireland? How you doing? High five, Marino. Welcome in, Ireland. Thanks for dropping, popping in, and hanging out. Thank you so much for your free time. I appreciate it. It's a friendly neighborhood drug dealer. That's right. I mean, tonight we got an interesting game going on for you guys called Schedule 1. The game's been going around everywhere, popping off, blowing up. So I decided finally to cave in and give the game a try. Yes, I only spent one night. Okay, that's good. That's good. Because I know overnight at the hospital can be tough, you know. It's a cold environment. You're often not in a room by yourself. Usually there's there's somebody next to you. There's people kind of going down the hallway all the time. People coming in and out every once in a while. You know, it's just like it's not your normal. It's not your bed. So I know it can be tough to sleep. So I'm glad you only had to spend one day. So that's very good. Woo! But yeah, I hope you all had a good weekend. I wasn't here yesterday because because on Tuesdays I always go to my grandparents' house, but we got there on Tuesday and we had to wait like a couple hours because my grandfather was actually had a doctor's appointment, getting his blood drawn, a bunch of other stuff, and so we ended up hanging out later on, and I didn't want to be leave super. Basically, if I would have left for my stream, I'd have only been there for like 45 minutes. So I was like, we'll just stay here longer tonight. So that's why I wasn't there yesterday. I was at my grandparents' house, but we're here today. Because today I have off for today. Well, I don't have off because this morning we had a hospital shift, and it was cool. It was chill. Today was kind of a slow day. There wasn't really as much to do as usual, so felt like it kind of took a little longer. But you know, we're chilling. Grandparents are very important indeed. They took care of you though. That's good. That's good. I was spoiled. I got my own room. Wow, my boyfriend was able to stay with you. That's cool. So did he have to I mean, sometimes they'll give you like a chair or something. Do they have like a recliner for him? Sometimes they have like recliners. It's pretty cool. Let's see here. Tonight we're doing a brand new game. I'm not sure what we're gonna do tomorrow. Tomorrow's either going to be repo or more Schedule 1, depending how much fun we have with it. I don't know. I haven't decided. It's really 50-50 right now. They had a pull out sofa. What? That's crazy. That's also, I don't even heard of a pull-out sofa. That's pretty dope. But as you can see, yes, this last stream you guys went kind of crazy over here. Like this action right here. This action. We need to catch up a little bit. And I said I would. So yesterday y'all popped off. Who got us 6-0? Let's see here. We had Einstein resubscribed, Kiso subbed, Lotus subbed, Ireland subbed, Relax Meat subbed, and then Admiral Radish dropped 10 subs. Crazy. I did say 4 pickles. Thanks for holding me to that. Hey. What I was thinking about doing is starting off with 2 pickles, right? Doing 2 pickles, and then later on in the stream or towards the end, do the last 2. Or start tomorrow with 2 fresh pickles. I was prepared to go. Oh, that's awesome. I was prepared. I had it clipped and everything. Let's go ahead and rock 2 pickles. This one's gonna be for Admiral Radish. Because he dropped a 10 sub love bomb on us. And I'm gonna also clip this too to make sure he gets it. Okay. I know. I mean, let's see here. Yo, Russell, I see the jump scare. Why is it not popping off? What's with the jump scare not working? What's with that? Here, I got you. Let's see here. Come over here. Did you get your points back? Oh, okay, nice, nice. Dang, Ireland, you beat me to that. I was looking for it. Let's see here. I'm going to... Okay, that was awesome. Yeah. Yeah, no scams here, Russell. You got your points back, pal. But we're gonna get some double pickle action going on here. So this is what I got for y'all. Y'all see that? Ooh, look at the glisten. Listen to the glisten. Listen to the glisten. I'll put it to your ears. Y'all hear that? You hear that? You hear the glisten? It's whispering to you. It's whispering to you. Okay, we got two pickles. Yum! You disgusting person. Anyone out there that says yum, you should like, I mean, just feel a little ashamed of yourself. No, I shouldn't say that. But I want to. But I shouldn't. It's okay. I still love y'all. Even if you love pickles, I still love you. Anyway, let's get this down. I don't really have anything to wash it down with other than a little bit of lemonade, and we know that lemonade doesn't really do all that great of a job. So, you know, we're just gonna run with it. We're running with it, Island. Russell, Panda, Chaos, we're gonna run with it, okay? So, Admiral Radish, thank you so much. We got the double pickle action going on here, sir. Appreciate you and all the love. Cheers, everybody. Oh yeah. Oh, kill it! Kill it! Ooh. Ooh. We gotta clip that. I'll edit the clip, but I gotta send that to Admiral Radish. I gotta send it to Admiral Radish. Ah! Oh my gosh, it's so bad. I got pickle breath. It's hot. Oh. Oh. Oh, what's up, Marsh? How you doing, Marsh? Welcome. High five, Marsh. Give me some up top. Yes, sir. How you doing, Marsh? Hope you're having a wonderful, fantastic day so far. Hope you have a nice hump day. I was like, where's my music? Come. Finally. Oh. Ah. That was a seed. Ugh. Let me know we can wind up some players. You got it, gamer. And I appreciate you for that, Ireland, too. Thank you so much for that. I'll let you know. Probably by like the end of tonight. We'll see how we're feeling. But we're fine. My stomach will hang. Let me open up the game in the background, baby. Oh, that's right. We gotta take... Crap, now I can't see. There we go. Okay, so we gotta take two of these away, right? No, yeah, take two of these away. So we're gonna snag them up ready. I'm gonna go. We're gonna grab 10 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yay! Ooh, I missed. I got to get 2 more. Hold on. Got him. Okay. Now ball him up. And heave ho! Wait for it. Okay. They landed. They broke. They're gone. And then we will add 2. One right there. And then one more. Nice, gamers. Stomach's gonna hang in there, baby. All right. I think we're ready. Are you gamers ready? You gamers ready? I'm waiting for this game to come to console. Speaking of consoles, y'all see the Twitch, not the Twitch, the Switch 2 little review thing that Nintendo did? Did y'all watch that? It's good. Game looks pretty dope. I mean, I don't know about the $450 price tag on it. That's a little, that's a little steep, but you know, looks pretty good. Heard about, not watched yet. New Mario Kart game looks pretty dope, but that's another $50 for the game. However, $50 for probably a Switch 2 game is probably not that bad because games now are going to go up to $70, $80, I think now. Excuse me. I don't want to spoil too much, but they also have a really cool like Discord-like feature. Super dope. I heard Into the Gungeon 2. Yes, I've seen it. I never played it myself, but I did see. I mean, I watched the Nintendo thing, so I did see the game. It looks pretty cool. I don't know if I'll play it, just because I haven't really played the first one. I don't really know what's going on, but for people like Into the Gungeon, it looks pretty dope-arino. Why is my chat being weird? It's like not catching up, so I have to keep like updating every time. I was like, oh no, Marsh, like it's like I see you typing, Marsh, but I can't see it for whatever reason. All right, we're chilling. So, Marsh, have you heard about Schedule 1? I know you probably haven't. It's a game that no one's ever heard of. It's brand new. I've discovered it myself. So you gamers probably haven't heard of it either. I know you never played it before, but Schedule 1. Let's get it going to the book. So, if you're ready, I'm ready. Sharp yourself sitting, enough yapping. Let's make it happen. Here we go. You've never heard of this game. It's brand new. All right. What are we doing? Continue. So as you can see, your boy has no files. Let's get this going. I might need help from y'all. Ooh. What do we think? No, I know you haven't played it. You probably think you have in some kind of weird parallel universe that isn't this one. That's the adjacent universe, the one that's over there. Surely that makes sense. I mean, you're just gonna have to, you know, psychically bind with your alternate self, so that way brain A and brain B can meld into brain AB. Yeah, that makes sense too. What do we think? Voodoo. All right, maybe a couple of y'all have heard of this game. Maybe you've seen it in passing. What do you think? It says specify name for your organization. Is that how you spell that word? Alexa, how do you spell organization? Thought so. Alexa, off. Do drugs? Oh, I got it. Woo! What do you think? Drugs are bad, okay? I like the play on, yeah, fire, right? That's good. All right. As the kids would say, let's get it. All right, gamers. First time. What do we do here? Need to hide from authorities? Try a bush, dumpster, or large tree. Ooh. Yo, we got the herbs right there? Straight up right next to us? Another day in paradise. Grab the trimmers from the storage rack and harvest a fully grown plant. My kid called me Ohio the other day. Had to look that up in Ohio. What does that even mean? Sounds bad. Sounds bad. Okay. All right, so grab these trimmers from the storage rack. Trimmers. Can I just grab? Okay. Dang, dude, that sucks for all of Ohio. Isn't Ohio a beautiful state? Input hints. If you're wondering how to do something, there usually hints. There's usually input hints in the bottom left corner. Harvest, rotate plant, exit. Okay, so I could just do this, right? Just left click. Yeah. 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 And then rotate. Rotate. Yeah. Yeah. Got it. What? It's like all the states, there's a good side or a bad side, but man, just saying that you're trash, just all of Ohio trash. Oh man. Oh. Which requires additional permission to send. Oh, interesting. Come on, gamers. Listen. Who did that send in? Oh. Oh, I'm typing in the let's see here. I'm trying to do like I'm streaming like also on YouTube right now as well. But the only like communication or the chat that I see right now is basically just Twitch. And I was wondering if I can do it both at the same time. I think I can. Gamers. Nice. Now where did I post it on here? Oops, didn't mean to close that. I was wondering if I can do it. Shut up, other me. Oh, it's working. Nice. Nice. All right. Yeah, but if you're watching it right now, it's better on Twitch anyway, just because it's horizontal. If you're watching on YouTube right now, it's like vertical. I don't know. I gotta find out how much I have to pay to do it horizontal, because you have to pay to do it horizontal on multiple platforms. I gotta check that out, because watching it on vertical is kind of lame. Let's be honest. Whoa! I have a phone. Messages. Oh, I have friends. Andy. Let's see here. Pay to do it horizontal? No. Horizontal's free. No, wait. No, I'm dumb. Vertical's free. Horizontal, pay for. Panda's right. Ethan wrong. Panda's right. I gotta figure it out. Yeah. Panda. No! Oh, no. There's proof. Gaming over his head? That's all right. Then here's things going over your head, right? Bing. Got her. Roasted. Toasted. Got her. It's all out of love, gamer. It's all out of love. Oh, no. Oh, I've done it. Now I've done it. Andy. Hello. Oh, I need some music going in the background here. Don't leave us, Island. No! I'm sorry for what I said. Panda made me do it. Panda made me do it. She's sending me DMs. She's sending me whispers, threatening me. I'm just kidding. Panda's lovely. Oh, I'm turning everybody against me. What am I doing? Hello, I'm after 2 times OG Kush. I could pay 60 for it. What did I say? Yep. Okay, you can now complete deals anytime within the window you choose. From now on, choose the morning window. Wait. For now, choose the morning window. Okay. Great. I'll meet you behind the gas station. Oh, that's not shady. Between 6 a.m. and 12. Okay. All right, gamers. You got to help me find it. Don't be mad at me, gamers. You can help me find the gas station. You got 2x OG Kush. I'll pay 90. Wait, did this guy just pay 60? And this goober's going to pay 90 for it? All right, Doug. You got it, buddy. All right. Blue house, gamers. Okay. Gamers, keep this in mind. Gas station, blue house. Gas station and blue house. Yeah. Okay. One more. Gotta make another sale. Joe says 120. Ah! Man, we're making money, y'all. I'll pay 120. Dang. Pawn shop. Pawn shop's number 3. Might want to go there first just so we make our best sale. We should go pawn shop, then blue house, then gas station. Pawn blue gas. Pawn blue gas. Whoa. Interesting. Okay, so Doug is a loyal customer. 0 addiction. Favorite effects. Calorie dense. Energizing and sneaky, whatever that means. Sedating, munchies, and smelly. Laxative. Ew. Calming and balding. Okay. Gas blue pawn. No. Pawn. No. It's pawn blue gas. Pawn station, pawn shop is most. Pawn blue gas. Oh, you're messing me up. Okay, what do I do now? Do I just go? Hi, who are you? Uncle Nelson. Hey, how you doing, Unc? Morning, buddy. Come talk to me after you got everything done in the RV. Oh, this is a family thing? This isn't some kind of shady, like, you know, it's not just the son. The whole family's in on it? I'm just trying to get onto the roof here, gamers. Yeah! Oh. Come on, we can break the game already, right? Go places we're not supposed to go. Gamers, we're up. Did that help me? Hey, do I have to drive? I gotta drive, right? Oh, packing station. Is that what I gotta do next? Needs water. Journal. Okay, well, I see these. Pack it up first. Pack it up, pack it in. Let me begin. Okay, so product. Pack. Oh, I gotta do this myself? Okay. Well, I assume at some point... Oh, my gosh. The physics. Ah! Look at me go. Now that you know you definitely never played this game? I know. You just naturally know things. That's all. You know. You're wise like that. Ah! All right. So what we got here? OG Kush with a 2x. Double the strength. Okay. Package. Do I win? And then I take it. Okay, give me my packing back. So now everything is done. Now everything is done in the RV, right? We're all packed up, ready to go. So now we go to Uncle. Yeah. Now we're done in here. You go to Unk. I should probably put these back. I don't think I need these anymore. Oh, actually. Water. Let's hit this up too. Let's hit this up too. Do I need to fill this up? Probably. Ah! Look at us go! Big brain! Oh, what the? What the? This is? Huh? Huh? Press A while dragging the item. Oh. Ah, I gotta water the whole thing. Cool. Like that, right? Happy? Okay, I just got it's like Fortnite. You just gotta follow the things. Press tab on my phone. Okay. So that's good. That's water ready to go for next time. I have no soil. I don't think I need to have any soil right now anyway. I think we're good to go. Can I open these, gamers? A safe. Doesn't look very safe. Looks pretty portable. Someone just pick it up and walk away with it. All right. Yeah. What's down here, I wonder? Bodies? More plants? All right. Lovely day, isn't it? Sure is. If you're heading in town for some deals, would you mind grabbing something for me? Sure. I got some business with some fellas down at the motel. Tell them you're here for Nelson's package. Nelson. No need to pay for anything. If you're looking to pick up any supplies for yourself, just throw them on my tab. Put it on my tab. Cheers, buddy. Feel free to take my truck. Appreciate you, Unk. All right. Red truck. Nelson Schmelson. Read all about it. Oh, look at me go. Oh, wait a minute. Can I damage this vehicle? Nelson? Nelson! You mind if I park right here? Is this good? Is this good? Is this chill? Nah, he's cool. He doesn't mind. What? Yo, Catbug! Welcome in. Thank you so much for the 57. Whoa! Holy majolies, welcome in. How are we doing today? Let me hit that little subby wubby here. Little subby wubby. It's somewhere around here. I don't forget where. Welcome in. Let me just put that down and get out here. Look at what we're doing. This game is so much fun. Well, so far we managed to park ourselves in the perfect position. And I think Nelson's gonna come along for a ride. Nelson! Just grab the bumper and we're going to town, buddy. Don't worry, I won't go more than at least 25 to 45 miles an hour. Hang on, we're going. Talk about caravanning, you know what I'm saying? Yo, can I drift? E-brake? What up, Einstein? How you doing, man? High five, give me some love. Happy hump day, gamers, by the way. I didn't say it, happy hump day. Am I going the right way? Is there a map? I just assumed. Yeah, it's gotta be this way. Why would there be a tunnel if they don't want me to take it? Oh, I'm supposed to be holding my breath, by the way. You know, like gamers, whenever you go under a tunnel or under a bridge, you're supposed to hold your breath. Otherwise, bad things might happen to you. The boogeyman will come and find you. Off-road, let's go, save some time. Whee! Why is the city so far away? I feel like a country bumpkin. I've heard of the bridge, but not the tunnel. Yeah, both of them. I'm gonna expect. Oh wait, gas station. Okay, pawn shop. Wait, it was Pawn Blue Gas, right? Can we park here? We're chill. Let me turn this music off in the background. Good lord, I got this rave music in the background. Yo, what's good? Wait, who is this? Who are we talking to? I'm scared. It's my first deal, guys. This is my first deal in real life. I've never done this before. Okay, Joe, $1.20. All right, here we go. All right, put a big boy. All right, everybody, put your big boy pants on. Here we go. Am I passed out while driving? Nah, I can hold my breath for at least 45 minutes. All right, yo, Joe. Joe, what's good? Joe, legalize the ranch. I don't like ranch dressing. I don't illegalize ranch, I say. Yo, Joe, what's good? Joe, hey. Yo, I heard you want the 2X. OG, baby. I got you. Don't even trip. Okay, to move a custom amount, right-click, drag an item, scroll to change the amount. Got it. Grab. The vehicle must be within the wait. This is the vehicle you last drove? Wow, you can grab things straight from the car? How do I... Oh, I just do this. Wait, oops. Grab. No. 1, 2. You want 2, right? Or he's just paying 1? No, he just wants 1. What? 2? Okay, he actually wants 2 of them. Let's go, gamers. You just gonna do that right here, bro? Bro? Let me get out of here first, man. Jeez. You don't like ranch? No, ranch is disgusting. Everyone knows that. Who here likes ranch? I don't. Who here don't like ranch? All right, where's the blue house? Is that the blue house? Looks blue to me. Let's get it, gamers. Ranch is heavenly. I mean, the consistency looks fun, but the flavor is all out of whack. Okay, is Doug outside the blue house? Yo, Doug. Hey, let's go inside. Take this inside, buddy. What are you doing outside? Complete the deal? Does it have to be 2? Customer expectations are not met. 50% chance of customer accepting. Let's go. Who hurt you, Voodoo? It's a Midwestern staple. I know. Ranch is like... Oh. Yo, you need some drops, my boy? You good? You good? Oh, man, he's having a good time. I'm ranched? No, how dare you say that? Homemade ranch is so yummy. I never had homemade ranch. Maybe I would be a little different about homemade ranch. Voodoo doesn't like pickles, so I already know you can't trust his taste buds. They're all out of whack. Oh, wait, home behind the gas station. What is that? Man, somebody is smoking more than just OG Kush to be drawing that. All right, who's this? Andy! Andy! What's good? What's good, Andrew? Anderson! Andorama! Got some for you, buddy. Don't even trip. Got 2 of the best for you. Here, we'll spread out for you. That way you don't get them all at once. You're welcome. I have no idea. He's gonna do that at work? Seriously, bro? He's just gonna walk through the chair. Okay. Oh. Interesting. 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 Am I crouching? Wait. Why can't I jump? There we go. Wait, what was that? Stogies? Who's smoking up here? Who's that? I want to get up here now. Oh my gosh, there's so much litter. There's so much garbage. Oh, I can open up? What? Oh, that's right. I can hide in these. Oh. We'll save that for later. Greedy by Fent. Graffiti by Fent. Okay. Making rounds. Open the contacts app. Chelsea. Unlock this customer by giving them a free sample. Use your map to see the approximate location. Provide a sample to Chelsea. That's the weirdest way to spell Chelsea, by the way. I'm not judging on people spell Chelsea that way. That's a weird way to spell Chelsea. All right, dear. All right, Catbug. Thanks for popping and dropping and saying hello. I appreciate it. High five before you go. Don't worry. We'll make some good sales in your name. Okay, Chelsea. Where's my map? Oh. Is that me? How do I change that? Ugh, I'm so plain. I don't slay at all. Look Look at this kid. Look at this kid. Look at this garbage on the floor. That don't slay. That don't slay at all either, man. Oh, we're still in the prologue? Okay. Kook? Cuke? Consume, Cuke. Consume it. It's heaven in a can. I'm still in the prologue? Okay, gamers. Oh. You good, Joe? Offer a deal. Customer recently completed a deal. Okay, cool. Ding, ding, ding. So near the doctor's office. Okay, doctor's over there. I seen it. At least this little town is small, but it's easy to kind of get around. Everything seems very obvious. I like that. Okay, Chelsea! Can I interest you in a free sample? Okay, here we go. We need some new customers. Let's see here. Don't like that it's outside of the hospital. Kind of feel a little bad about that. What you think about that? Ooh! New customer unlocked. and then another life ruined. Every customer has their own preferences for drug type and effects. Okay. Making the rounds. Purchase soil from the hardware store. Hardware. Hardware. Okay, let's go find it. There's a Popo station. She needs it for her nursing shift. It's terrible. I know she's going for 12 hours, you know. She needs a kick. She's getting tired. She needs a little wake me up. Is this the post office? No, that's just the office for the motel. If I were a general store, hardware store, I'd be like right at the entrance to the town. Pawn shop. No, that's not what the soil is. Right? These are just houses over here. What in the deuce? I was just saying, complimenting. Everything is easy to find, but I can't find the hardware store. Oh, is that right there? A little. It's gotta be this thing, right? Blue house is hardware? Oh, I'm dumb. I was staring right at it. Okay. Open 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.s. Okay. Do I need money? Oh, I have $80 in ATM. I just saw $270 in cash. All right. So we want to do soil, right? We want 2 soil. Or I can also do another grow tent. Nah, we're in the prologue, so let's just do what it tells us to do. 2 of these. Take Uncle Nelson's contact. Talk to Uncle Nelson's contact at the motel. Whoa. Body search in progress. Should I run? Gamers, should I dip? Gamers? It's just soil! I bought it fair and square! Gamers, do I dip? Oh, you're right. I do have stuff on me. Oh, you're right. Okay. How do we get out of this one, gamers? He sees me, but he can't believe his eyes. Watch these cat-like reflexes. Hi-ya! Ooh, what now, gamer? What are you gonna do? Nerd. Stand behind the car looking all sad. It's just his head's peeking up above it. So when they search, you can only hide 1 item at a time. Okay, well, I only have 1 item to hold. Is Baggy bad? I should practice this, right? I should practice this. Let him get me? Okay, only drugs are bad. Okay. Drugs are bad. Okay, I think we let him search us. Ah! I am magical. I can teleport. I have powers. Hi, officer, wait. Wait, did you see what happened? Did you see the glory in that? Aren't you impressed, sir? Just gonna Do a little ring around the rosy here. Good thing there aren't two of you. This isn't suspicious activity, is it, officer? Officer? 6 feet, sir, please. Could you put on a mask, sir? Could you put on a mask, sir, please? Okay. You got me. The officer will search your inventory from left to right. Click and hold an item to conceal it. You can conceal one item at a time. Okay, so he's got a bunch of stuff on him. Can I see that little thing play again? Surprise! He can tase me? I didn't know you could do that. Okay, I wish it would show it again, so I just click and hold. Okay, it shows in red, so click and hold. Ah, I see. So practice. Ooh, I would mess that one up. Fine, you're clean. Lucky this time, I guess. But I know you and your uncle are up to something on that ranch. Oh, racist against the ranch. You better watch your back. This town won't tolerate scum like you for much longer. Officer, can I interest you in a free free sample? Officer? Man, he's rude. I respect the police, though. Respect. I respect your job. Stay safe, officer. Love you. Okay, they hate the country folk. Okay, talk to... oh, yeah, motel. Look at this guy, dude. He's blasted. Never mind. Yeah, he's a little bit. No, that's just normalized. He's just tweaking. Maybe normalize. Let's go. Where was the motel? Was... Can I run people over? I'm sorry. You okay? Run from the police station too. What is this little thing? What you is? Guess we'll learn later on. Motel. I seen it, but I don't remember where it is. Remember we saw the office to it. Where'd the office go? That one little thing. Oh, down here to the left. Yeah. Here we go. Okay, who's the contact? Nelson's he look mean. You don't look happy to see me at all. Mind if I just walk into one of these houses? Got trash cans. All right, let's talk to this angry boy. Yo, what your problem is? What you want? I'm here for Nelson's package. Oh yeah? You gonna pay for it? It's already paid for. No, it ain't. In fact, O'Nelly already owes us some serious cash. When are you treating all of your subs to free appetizers? The moment I get 5,000 subs, I will treat everybody to appetizers at Cheesecake Factory. Luckily for you, he's been good on his word so far. But you let him know he better close the tab real soon. We also want some weed seeds. Ballsy today, huh? Fine. If Nelson doesn't pay up, you'll be next in line. Challenge accepted. Uh-oh, what have I done? I have goobered myself good. Oh, that's not my car. Get out of here, man. Where's my truck? Give me Uncle Nelson's whip. We haven't seen Lizzie in quite a while. She popped in, I would say, a couple weeks ago. She said hello. Hung out for a little bit. And then I think she just I don't know, just moved on. Because I think that, yeah, she hung out for the end of the stream. And then the weekend went by and then haven't seen her since. I think it's been a couple weeks. Drive up to the ranchero. Do it. She broke my brain slightly. I mean, I wish her the best, but she has had a complicated history with the channel. In not a bad way. What you mean then? I like this music though. This is like really chill kind of music. Music to sit back, relax, and ponder at, you know? I wish I could like move my mouse around. Oh! Yo, we made it in nice. To say the least, right? Ah! Nelson! Perfect parking job, gamers. Wait, what do I have here? Pseudo. And I got more kush? Evening. You get on in town? You get on in what? Okay, I think he's had a few too many. Oh yeah? Don't worry about him. I'll settle him with him soon enough. Thanks for grabbing me after that. Well, I'll let you get on with it. See you tomorrow, bud. Plant a seed in the empty pot. Okay, so I need soil first. Turn it upside down. Can you miss and pour it all over the floor? Probably storage. Sow the seed. Whoop. Do I have to really bury it? Okay, needs water. This is a non-legal state for sure. What tells you that? I really like the music. Top that off. I have 4 seeds. Can I fill this up with soil, the trash can? Head to bed when I'm ready. I don't need that. Oh, I see. It's trash. Oh. Yeah, we don't want to be sloppy around here. We are clean drug dealers. Oh. I need more water. Pour water. Hiya. Hiya. I said hiya. Why is it not? There we go. Nice. Okay. Fill up Buttercup and we're chilling. Are we ready to go to bed now? I think so. Let's see here. Packing station. Let's put those up. And storage. Probably put some seeds in storage. And then we're probably chilling. Wake up at... Sure, why not? 7 a.m. Dang, dude, he gets up early. Just like not even that. I mean, he's got to get up to hustle, right? Earnings, $270. Dealer earnings. Huh? I thought we did like 3 deals. EX gained 115. Uh-oh! Nelson! Run! I'm just driving away. Oh my gosh. We're ditching Nelson. How the cops not notice that? Oh no, Nelson's gonna have so many drugs on him. Oh, he's doomed. R.I.P. Nelson. Left in the dust. Taco ticklers. That sounds a little risque. Did you say for sale $20? You're a small-time drug dealer from the South.
Yes. In a fresh town with no cash, no product, and no contacts. The only way to make money. Time to get to work.
Yeah, we're all over the road here. Okay. Who cares about lanes? Ah, we're going to the big city. Let's go. Schedule I. Oh, I get it's a dollar bill back there. The green. It's from a dollar. That, yeah. Hey, okay. Wait. Oh, it's a jubber. Rush. Get a little bit of girth to you. Alrighty. Whoa. That does not match my hair color. Okay, I think that's good. Oh my gosh. What do we want to do here, gamers? Oh gosh. Peaked? Bold cut? But why? Definitely bold cut. All right. Face. Definitely agitated. I think we want to go T, right? He's matching. What are you saying? Facial detail intensity. What does that mean? Oh. Oh, I see. Kidding. Pupil dilation. Oh boy. Pupil dilate. Oh, Jiminy Chris. Oh! I like that. Just walk around sleeping the whole time? Oh gosh, that's creepy. That's what I made, eyes closed like the blind. Yeah, but this one he's just like, it's just, there's no pupil. I think we like this better. Yeah, I did look like the Undertaker, right? Yeah, there we go. Mind mints? There's some music in the background here. Eyebrow scale. Ooh. Or no eyebrows. Unibrow? Unibrow? I wonder if I change the color of his eyes. Like a beet red. Oh my gosh. We're matching everything. We're just twinsies right here, man. Okay. The shirts. Ah! Wait, no. Do we do no shirt? I feel like we do no shirt. Sandals. I'm kind of feeling the red jeans for some reason. They look like joggers. What color are his sandals? The jorts? I think we'll keep the sneaks on. Got him.
You're banned!
Got him. George, 100%. Okay, gamer. Some sneakers? Yeah, I think sneakers too. Got a match. No, they don't. Black sneakers are fine. White sneaks? Ooh, dang, Daniel. It was because I was reading the chat when it popped up. That's why I was able to get on that. I mean, I'm kind of digging it so far. The eyes are the best, man. The eyes really do it. What do we think? I'm surprised there's like no sunglasses or anything like that. Twinsies! Let's go! All right. Hey, at least our hair matches the UV lights, you know what I'm saying? There's a clothing store in town. Nice. Get some duds. Open your phone, press tab, read my messages. Ooh, look at that. We got a map now. Dealers. You haven't recruited any dealers. Thump, what up, man? High five. If you haven't checked out Thump, please go out, check out Thump Gaming. He's got the smoothest voice right into the like velvet straight into your ears. Thump Gaming, welcome in, man. Hope the games have been going well, brother. Did my shout out not work? Gall, dang it. Why didn't it work? Why didn't it work? I'm sorry. The text isn't working either. Hold on. Let's see here. Where is it? Oh. Oh. That ought to do it. Okay, that might have fixed it. Well, fix part of it.
Hey, look!
Is it gonna pop up? No video? Ah, I fixed one thing and the other thing doesn't work. I'm sorry. Appreciate for you coming in here, Thump. And for the lurk, buddy, appreciate you. And for the 10 biddies. I've heard you're in some trouble. Best not to talk over your mobile phone. Go find a payphone. UN. The United Nations is talking to us? Wow, that's pretty dope. Man, look at this argument. Oh, what was that? A right hook? Hi-ya! I was trying to pick up my garbage, bro. All right. Do I need to... Ooh, yeah. These are almost done. Should I wait it out, gamers? Just fill it up? And then harvest before we go? That'd be smart, right? Want a pro tip? Yes, wait for the plants. Yeah, was that the pro tip? Because otherwise we might just have to come back anyway, right? Like, we want to make this efficient. If we're going out for the first time, we want to go out with some goods, you know? We're going to paint the town, let them know who we are. Give out some samples. Oh, they're growing! this what I think it is? 85, 99. Nice. Okay, so click, 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 click. Okay. I still have another soil, do I not? Oh, my soil's gone. 91? It's not a spoiled tech. How about this? How about this? How about you, Marsh, just message it to Ireland? Ooh, I like the illumination. 98? 99? Hundo. Okay, this one yielded 8. The other one was 12. So decent yields, decent yields. We got 20 total. Let's start packing and stacking. There will be a way that's more efficient than this, right? Than one at a time. Look at, I'm doing like some good Kobe's here. Yeah. Oh, why didn't I say that? I miss. Excuse me? Here we go. Later? Yeah, it'd have to be, right? You could probably do like, I don't know how you do that faster. Maybe just be able to bag multiple baggies at once or something like that, or some auto bagging robot. That's probably it. Yeah, or like a gnome, or a garden variety gnome, something like that, right? Or what are the little green guys? I can't remember their names. What they're called. Are we done? Pack? Oh, then I take. Leprechauns! Yeah, we'll have a leprechaun do it. That's the word I was thinking about. Probably do free samples, right? So, what's the difference between being in a package and not being in a package, gamers? If it's not in a package, does that mean I cannot sell it or give it away? Package can be sold. Can I give away non-package? We parked out some camping grounds. Town square this way. But under the bridge. Oh, I just gotta find a payphone. And this place is dirty too. What is this? Can I sell this? Yeah! I hurled that thing, man. Okay, find yourself a payphone, Ethan. That's not a payphone. Payphone! Hello, UN? Uncle Nelson! Hold on. Is the music too loud for you guys? Gary Stewart, good to hear your voice, buddy. Looks like our luck finally ran out. The feds have got me locked up while I wait for trial. Glad to hear you managed to slip out, though. Yeah, I'll turn the music down. Back before I moved to Serena Flats, I used to live out... I'll just turn that right now. I used to live out there in the Highland Point. Not the nicest town around, but plenty of opportunity for, so many line of work. If memory serves, I got some cash stashed out there. It ain't much, but it'll be enough to get you back on your feet. You can find it stashed near the town hall fountain in the canal. Ooh, we got 3 spots. 3 spots. Town hall fountain. Canal. Behind the mart. Oh, it tells us right there. Never mind. Okay, so we don't have our truck anymore, right, gamers? We gotta walk everywhere. So we wanted to collect the stashes. So now we're gonna learn a little bit more about the town's its mode of operandi. For sale, 9 grand. I don't have 9,000. I don't even have anything. I got $100 in my name. Okay, I need to find. Oh wait, we have a map. Whoa. I have people I can track? That's kind of creepy. Are they all sharing their location with me? RV? Behind the fountain, Mart Canal Hall fountain. That helps. Curfew to 9 a.m. to 5. Wait, 9 p.m. to 5. Curfew? Curfew? Fountain Canal. I think I would have seen water somewhere, right? Phone map. I don't see a fountain, though. Zoom in for names. Oh, smarty. Okay, I don't see fountain. We'll find it. Fountain's a circle. Down here? Ooh, probably. By the park. That makes sense. So, this way. Yeah. And down here? Let's get dark. Let's get spooky. No? I want to see what's down here. Because I think I'm right. Yeah. Oh. Maybe I'm wrong. What's this? Dead drop. Don't know what that is. Okay, well, this is neither canal nor fountain. On the map, there's black dots you need to go to. Oh! Oh, thanks, gamers. You guys are geniuses. How do you know all this if you haven't played before? Or even though you haven't played before, you guys all know this? This is impressive. It's so cool. What is this? I don't want to knock. They're probably sleeping. You said I'm wrong? No. I said I thought you were wrong. But that didn't say you were wrong. I just said I thought it. Which implies the possibility of you being right and me being absolutely wrong, which I was. Or was I not? Okay, near the canal. Ah. Oh! Who's that? Is that Popo? Is that a fisherman? What are you doing? Oh, he's just... What? Sir! Sir! I saw that! I saw you had a brewski! Sir? 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 Can I enter in free sample? Downtown region must be unlocked. Okay, they don't want to do this yet. We saw him drinking a brewski. Dead drop. I don't know what a dead drop is. There is a mandatory curfew between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. Police will arrest you if you've seen outside. All right. We just gotta avoid the popo. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Is that a popo right there? No, it's people. I don't know what time it is. How come we don't tell what time it is? Yo, we're making money though. Did I not get the money? Oh, I see it on I see it on my radar above my little ticker. Oh, that's curfew. Potential customer? So, what, does that mean they get arrested too? If these other gamers are outside? Yay! Ah! Sir, this is curfew. Marco! Marco! Howdy, Marco. If you're looking for a fresh paint job or need your car towed, I'm the fellow for the job. Okay. Head back to the RV. Got it. Okay. So they're just introducing us to dead drops, whatever those are, showing us a little bit around town, introducing us to the heck was that? Oh no! Wait, was that my RV? Excuse me? Curfew active until 5 a.m. No, my whip! Oh my gosh. Good thing I harvested those plants. No! My cushies! Plant A and plant... Oh no! Who would have done this? What horrors have been wrought to befall this upon me? Read the note? What note? Where's the note? It burnt up probably. Oh. Welcome to Highland Point. This is our territory. Don't interfere. TB. Tuberculosis? We're being attacked by the disease itself? Oh boy. Oh, it's also known for TB. Oh, it's known as what's the word? Oh, yeah. Those okay. Those how dare they? My ride. Talk to Uncle Nelson on the payphone. God. Uncle Nelson, we got a problem. We got a problem. Those bitches. That's right. Those beaches. Well, crap. That's not ideal. There's a powerful cartel in town. Benzi's family. I figured they'd eventually be a problem, but I didn't think they'd come this quickly. Looks like you're going to need somewhere low-key to stay for a while. Head over to the motel and ask about getting a room. After you'll be needing some new equipment. There's a hardware store just northeast of the motel. Grab a grow tent, soil, and watering can. All right. Motel, hotel. Gotta get a motel. Motel. Okay. Woo. Dude, they blew up my ride. Who left this here? Can I? Yeah. Let's sock it to it. Oh, I'm going semi-wrong way. Hold on, gamers. Corrections are being taken. What is this place? This is an slop shop. Oh. Ah! Ah! Hold on. We're gaming. Gamers gaming. I can hide in bushes and stuff, right? Dumpster. Oh crap! They'll see me. Yay! They'll never suspect a thing. We're free. Oh. Nerds. I can see people, but I can't see the coppers. Ah! Ah! Well, that was a closey. Oh, he's over there too. Dang, dude, bro. Come on, homie. How can they hear? I'll go down here. This seems safer. Yes. Much safer. Ooh. Interesting. Interesting local art. Okay. Motel man, help me! Yeah, we're here, gamers. Office? What? Oh! Gee, Merry Christmas. Talk to Donna. I'd like to rent a room. 75 for the week? That's not bad. Holy crap. Okay, we'll take that. Room 1 close to the office. Well, Donna, while you're here... Refreshing, lethal, and munchies. Good lord. So, I can't give her a sample like this, right? Must be packaged. Here we go, making customers already. Are you serious? Was that an 87% chance to win and we lost? On our first try. It wasn't even a gamble. It was an 87. That was a lock. Ugh. F. Fail. Go up to the hardware store. Okay. Ooh, Bobbles. Is that Nixon? My man. I am not a crook. Okay. I need to sleep, right? Oh, what the deuce? Ha! 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 I mean, it's kind of cozy in a creepy, roach-infested kind of way. Egg run? We got games? Oh my gosh. Now we're... don't look at him too much, gamers. Don't pay too close attention to the egg. Don't worry about him. Worry about where he's going. Don't worry about who he is or what's blowing in the breeze. Don't worry about that. Just worry about... Just keep your eyes ahead. What do we want to hit? 5 thou? 10 thou? And then we... Oh, call it? Oh my gosh. We got to do like immediately now. Like right when I see it. I got to jump. I'm just looking to the right. If I see green... I hit jump! It didn't get the too large, man. Like, drop. Oh. Oh. Now. Gamers. We're going the distance now. We're going the distance. We're going for speed. All right, we're going to get at least 5,000 this time because I didn't know I could go down, like increase my down speed. See that? Hey. Up. So last time I only got to 19. Look at that. We're already going to beat that. Up. 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 Too large. Let's go. Let's go. Looking for 5. 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 Come up to 20. Halfway there. Halfway there, gamers. Halfway there. Easy peasy. Let's go. Oh man, we're moving now. We're zooming. We're zooming, gamers. He's a runner. He's a rapper. He's a track star. Can't stop me. I can't even look at the score. I'm looking at it. 3 large. 3 large. Come on, 5. Come on, 5. Come on. Oh. Ah! No, now we're gaming. Now we're gaming. Now we're gaming. Oh my gosh. Oh! I came down too fast. That was pretty good. We'll take that. We take those. Close the curtains. Lights off. Save the game. Oh, let's take a little naparooski, shall we? Woo! That was fun. 130 experience, but no money earned. That's only day 1. Street rat. I don't buy that. Just a little snack, guys. You'll see a poor boy. 706. All right, gamers. Time to hustle. I'm not paying the electricity, so... Well, wow. The clock is actually... That's cool. Okay. Now what do I do? Hardware store. I can do that. Or do I want to? I don't even know where it is. Interesting. Can I jump on this? Can I jump on the security? And to get on top? Pick up? I can climb, gamers. I don't think getting on things matters in this game. I'm just so tempted to. I don't know why. Okay, over here. Behind me. I think we'll learn this. I wonder how long it'll take me to learn this map. Hopefully not too long. Hurrah! What this is? What that is? A pot? Maybe we can unlock this something. Can I grow plants in that? Delivery bay. I can't sit still. What you talking about, Willis? A tent. I have $175 left. Let's buy baggies. Let's buy 10 baggies. Because that way I can pack up the 10 that I have here. Let's take 2 soil actually. Because I have 2 grow pots. No, 3. Right? Because we'll have a new grow tent. So we'll have 3 tents, 3 soils, a watering can, and do we have trimmers? I don't have enough. Yes, I do. Oh, I'm purchasing with. Oh, I thought I was purchasing with cash. Oh, you're right. Okay. So I go here. Deposit 300 cash, right? Nice. Card only. Okay. Ooh, I wonder if other items if I buy like drugs, if it's cash only, I wonder. Okay, so for now, 1. Oh no. Okay, we already have it here. Okay. Do we need trimmers, gamer? No, we don't need trimmers. We don't need trimmers, right? We have trimmers. We do need trimmers? It's only $10. I'll buy one. And then we need a packing station too then. Trimmers already or no? I don't need a packing station. I have a packing station, right? Trash bag. I have a packing station. I must start with the packing station, right? No, my house doesn't have a packing station. I need one. Inventory won't fit everything. Some items will be placed on the pallets. Okay. I think I'm okay with this. Hey, friend, you new, right? Need to see a fresh face in town. Wait, nice to see a fresh face in town. I'm Danner. Run this hardware store. What's on the work? Wait, what line of work for you? Work in agriculture. You want to try minding your own business? Well, that's nice. I always fancied a bit of gardening myself. Here's some speed grow in the house. Speed grow. Oh, he gave me another soil. He gave me another soil for free. Oh, I can't carry everything. That's okay. Where's my motel again? Okay, right there. And okay. Nice. And then I like, here we go. You see our lights on. Here we go. I will put soil. That. Just for now, let's go back and grab our trash grabbers. Up. Oh, I'll try to go over. Oh, Mushroom Man! Mushroom Man! Oh, wait, no, already, wait. I don't need to buy anything. Yeah. It says 0%. Oh, wait, you said trash for money? Who do I sell it to? I mean, I'm supposed to tell me at some point, but do I sell it to him? I don't sell it to him, right? There's gotta be like a recycling plant or something I take it to. Or maybe I just take it to the mayor and show her what a good job I'm doing. Green trash bin. Okay, well, we're 60% of the way there. Oh, and I put in one of those. Okay. Man, look at us clean up the town. This is fun. All right, hundo. Not there. So not these green ones. Can I just pour it all in someone's, like, front lawn? These ones. It doesn't say it, but I assume... No? This is a gold mine, then. Dang, dude. Look at all those goodies. Oh, right there, right there, right there. I see. Oh, crap. Oh! Start. And we got ourselves a fresh $21 bill. A fresh, clean $21 bill, baby. Not bad. I wonder what presents on the 21. Okay, let's close that. Blinds. Okay. Can I reorganize? That's how you build the money in the beginning? I want to put this here. I don't want to write in the, like, window. I guess we have to put it here. Oh. Interesting. So wait a minute. Let me put this down. Here. How do I... Contains trash. No, I want to move that because I want to take this and this. Oh, shoot. I got to drop... Oh, wait. No, here. Those go there. Okay. Now here. Okay. Now I take you and I put you. Oh wait, maybe here. Trash bag. Nice. Put that in the corner for now. Dude, we're doing it. Okay. It's just a little convoluted. Can I move this too? No, I can't. Actually, I can. Okay. How do we want this, gamers? How do we want this? I think we want... Oops. Okay. Then... No! I don't want that. Can I rotate it? What if we do that? Like that. this. Nice. This. Oh my gosh, it's facing the wall. That could not be worse. Because we just want to quick grow, right? We want to grow stuff quickly. And then... do you go in here too? Yeah. No, come here. Dude, this place is efficient, man. This place is efficient. Wow. Just like my place is gonna be. Okay. I think I can dig this for now. And then our grow spot. Oh, we only have one grower thing. Man, there's almost no room for this stupid trash bin. I want one there. Okay, just for now. Like that. We also have a soil we'll take. Take one soil. Ooh, we don't have any seeds though yet. I don't have to have the trash can. This is true, but I mean, it's okay. Needs water. Let's see here. You go take these as well as those. Might as well pack them up right now. Why not? I mean, this game is oddly relaxing. As I hear sirens go off in the distance, and I'm an old rusty motel, probably with, you know, lots of cockroaches and rats and all kinds of mosquitoes and whatnot. But the game is relaxing. For now. Yeah, famous last words, Ethan. Okay. I don't need the trash thingy now. What the heck's going on out there? Okay. Get some water. President Richard Nixon. Yep. Very nice. Okay, what are we gonna do after this, chat? Talk to Uncle Nelson. Okay, so we're gonna have to... oh, he's gonna tell us... okay, I don't want to get caught with anything on me. Alright, especially now, because, yeah. Curfew. Okay, let's drop... let's keep the money on me in cash, because I might need some seeds. I need to find... payphone. Payphone. I need to invest in a cell phone, dang it. Or a burner at some point. You're almost ready to go, but you're missing one key ingredient, some seeds. You need to speak to a supplier to get your hands on some seeds. I've passed you onto... wait, you passed your number onto Albert Hoover, the local supplier. Send her a message and request a dead drop. Somebody's... oh, this coppers. I vouch for you and you won't have to pay up front. Your order will go on your tab, which you can pay off for in the future. Okay. Albert. Hello, our mutual friend has asked me to help you acquire some seeds. Send me a message if you'd like to order some. Nelson has put in a good word for you. Send message. Yes. Whoa. Unlocks at Street Rat 4. Unlocks at Hoodlum 2. Unlocks Hoodlum 4. How many I call for? 10? Oh, I see, but that's actually money. I'll do the max order. Is that bad? 4 hours and 13 minutes. Okay. So by morning it'll be ready. I mean, I just contacted my first drug dealer and I just maxed out my tab. I don't know if that was smartest thing to do first round, but it's all good. All right, let's go get some samples out. Let's make some potential. Okay, that drop isn't coming in. Customers, loyal customers. Oh, who are you? Jesse. Do you want to buy something? How much you want? How much you gonna buy? I guess 3 is fine. Paid off easy with deals and picking up trash. Yo, what up, JX? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well, JX. Oh, I got you the music down this game, by the way. I just remembered. You can pickpocket in this game. Ooh. Do I just sell her everything and make a bunch of money? Okay. Potential customer. Is this where I am, though? Are they knocking their doors? Oh, Benji! You want to work for me? Reach friendly with one of Benji's connections. Huh. Peter! All right, Pete. Free sample, buddy. 87% chance of success. All right, see what we get. Benji's a dealer. Hey, new customer, loyal customer. So what does he buy it for? 38. It's the same price. We'll sell him too. Nice. Beth. Unlock one of Beth's connections. Okay. Oh my gosh, Jesse. Hi. Welcome in, Lotus. High five. I gotta turn the sound down though. So when you unlock them, he'll take a bit of the cut. You give him products and he goes out. Oh, that's dope. No, Jessie didn't look too good. She looks very, let's just call it sleepy. Where's this potential customer, Darren? Oh, that's right, this one. Donna, hey, Donna, got some for you. She didn't like it last time, but she would like it this time. Yeah, there we go. Loyal customers, loyal customers. Okay. More customers, more customers. Oh, I should have grabbed my trash can too while I was at it. Can we go in here? Yo, the Popo right there. Why is he walking around in his underwear? Bro, and he's got a... My boy. You afraid of alien invasions? Wait. Docks region must be unlocked. Okay, well, sorry I asked. All right, we're open. What can I get for you? Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order? Can I pickpocket a Popo? No, run, Ethan, run. Don't do it, Ethan. Hope you're doing well, Lotus. Okay. Where do I want to go, gamers? Albert Hoover stash? Is that the one way down here? Wait. Taco Tickler's exterior wall? Ooh, 9 seeds. Oh my gosh, there's so many seeds. Is the hardware store still open? Okay, don't have him yet. I'm doing pretty well, Lotus. This game's fun so far. I'm enjoying it. It just started, but I'm enjoying it. Highland Range? Somebody sounded wrong? I don't remember what I said. Pick the Popo's pockets? I know. Brave and dumb. I don't know what combination of it, but, you know, some kind of combination there. All right. Save game. And... okay, let's plant. Up. And then we turn it over. Skadoosh. And then berry, 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 berry. Okay, and then we give it agua. Hiya! List OG Kush for sale in the Product Manager app. Buy 1 plant trimmer. Buy 10 baggies. Okay, that's for next time. Place a soil bag and seed vial in the motel room and trash can. Okay. Buy a trash bag from the hardware store, which I already did. Okay, let's see here. List OG Kush and manager thingy. Product manager. Products? OG Kush. How do I... okay. Is that listed? Doesn't look listed. Is it listed? I feel like it's not listed. Hope the storms will come back and I'm doing well. I also hope the storms don't come back, but I'm glad you're doing well. Check the box and list it for sale. Oh. Thank you. Wait for a message from a customer. Okay. Might as well sleep, right? I can get some more trash and stuff, but I think we're okay to sleep for now. So I'm going to want to buy trimmers because I don't have trimmers. Nice. Let's go. Street Rat 2. Ooh, I got a message. Your job is ready. Okay, I got that. I guess I go buy some things? Yeah, let's go buy. We need trash. I need to pause it, actually. Because we have plenty of money right now. Well, not plenty of money, but we have enough, I should say enough seeds and drogas to go around. So let me deposit. Okay. Then I go to here and I buy 2 trimmer. And I already have 2 more soil. 10 baggies. As well as a trash bag. Okay. How are things with the volcano, asks Ireland. Candace, to stay safe. Ooh, message. Hey, if you got 3 OG Kush, I have 12 of them. I'll pay you 125. Ooh. What's a counter offer? I say 150. Yeah! Let's go! Scheduled deal? Let's do afternoon. Okay. Behind the docks, behind Thompson Construction and Demolition. Ooh, we got a good sale coming up here, gamers. We got a good sale. Good sale. 150 each. Where's that total? I think that's total. Okay. Now the trash can is getting a little annoying. Man, because I used a trash bag. Okay. Let's do this first. Do this first. Take you. Grab you. Grab you. And I think for now, I'll just put this here. I guess I won't. No, I don't want it there. Pour the soil. Let's get some game needs to go in the background. The storms aren't over, but I'm so happy it did not hit. Stay safe and please let us know if you need anything. Okay, so he's on his way. We got to complete the deal here soon. I'm going to put this in here. Sow the seed. And then water it. According to the news, the mini earthquakes around the volcano is more frequent, occurring closer to the last time. Together in time. That means an eruption is getting closer. Ooh, man. That's scary. We'll be praying for you, Lotus. For you and JX. Now that is a natural disaster which to be afraid, to be worried. Like, I just don't like any natural disasters, okay? Can I just say it? It's a wild take, but I don't like natural disasters. I'm not a fan. All right, we'll leave our door open. Surely none of our neighbors will take any of our stuff. Ha! Okay, give me my 10 spot. Give me my 10 spot. 4! Of course, Lotus. Of course. Okay. Trash can, you go in there for now. You know what? I don't like this. Or do I? Yeah, it's good enough, I guess. I don't either. Natural disasters are scary. Keeping you guys in your prayers. Let's go. Yeah. Okay, we need to go make that sale here soon. Nice. We're gonna have so many. Oh, let's go. We have 3 plants already. It's day, what, 2? Gamers, we're gaming here. Of course, and thank you. Okay, let me fill this up. Okay, I don't think I need money right now. Or, I mean, I don't think I need trash right now. Pack you there. All right, let's go. Rock and roll. Actually, save the game before we go. Ooh, what's up, bro? Oh, man, I can't keep up with these guys. Yo, what's up, bro? I'm good for OG Kush. I'll pay 140. Counter offer, let's go 150. Schedule deal now. Okay. Yo, gamers, we're gaming here. If you got 5. Nah, bro, you're paying $250 for that. Nice. Let's schedule it now. All right, let's make some money. Oh, they're close by too. Let's go, dude. We got the green thumb. Oh, this is fun. Woo! We're hustling. We gotta be quick about this though. Okay, Austin, I got you, buddy. I got you. 3. 1, 2, 3. Done. Yo. You're welcome, Austin. Enjoy that, my boy. Tell your friends. Tell your friends when you got it. Okay. So we go straight across. Ooh, let's go. Let's go. Mushroom Man. Okay, we got Kyle. Yo, Kyle. I got what you need. Got what you need, bro. I got you. All right, rock and roll, brother. Rock and roll. Okay, we got one more to go. And we actually do probably our last deal here. Oh, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here, sir. Nothing to see here. Okay, give him 5. Nice, dude. Look at the money we have. Is that Breaking Bad? Okay, Sam, you got one. I can pay 35 for it. I'm selling for 50 each, brother. 50 each. Yes. Schedule a deal. Let's do 6 p.m. Okay, so that's really close. I hear that ringing, but I'm not going to grab it. We got a deal to make. Okay, he's going to appear there in 1 hour. Hey, I need 3 OG Kush. Oh, I'm all out, baby girl. I'm all out. Ooh, we got to pay back Albert, too. The Hoover dude. So we should probably consider doing that as well. Now that we got bank. Come on, waiting for Sam here. I'm going to say... Well, actually, let's just ignore... No. Let's just say no. Sorry, baby girl. I'm all out. I have to go. Oh, here we go. Is there fall damage? Surprise, Sam! I got your goodies. All right. Nice, dude. 100% satisfaction. Oh, wait. Okay. You finished a few deals and made some decent cash, but if you're looking to make real money, you'll need to expand your operations. More product, more customers. The best way to get new customers is to give them a free sample to a friend or an existing customer. Existing customer? You can view all potential customers on your map. Grab some weed and give them a free sample. Bit of luck, they'll agree to be a customer. To keep up with more customers, you'll need to more product. The motel room isn't big enough, going to cut it for much longer. Time for an upgrade. There's a cheap room for sale above the Chinese restaurant just north of your motel room. Save it 100, then go buy the room. Okay. Dude, we're almost there. We have nearly 800 already. Unlock 10 customers. Okay. Well, we need more product. We need more water. We need to make sure everything's growing right. Save the game. Dude, Ireland, this game is fun. I'm going to keep the seeds there. Because we got 3 plants. We made a good amount of money. And I will have money for more plants, I guess. Once we get the 800. I need to put OG Kush back on for sale, though. So these ones look ready. Looks like 2 of them are ready. Alright, let's see what we're rocking with. I'm gonna get here. 8, okay. Not bad. Decent harvest. So far, I've seen 8 is the least that we've gotten. 12 is the max. Maybe it's like 8 to 12 on the harvest. 96% grown. You need to join in our game sometime. The more people you have, the more you can unlock the quicker. Oh, yeah, I know, but I wanted to do a single run through. You know, get a little grasp of the game myself. What do we do with this? Is this trash? But I'll definitely probably join you guys as well. See where you guys are at. Is there a is it 4 players at one time? Okay, we got 8. So we got 16. Or excuse me, 24. I can math. Okay. So we got 24 seeds. Let's grab... Save 100. Open the map app to find potential customers. Okay. Oh, I need... Oh, crap. I need soil. Shoot! Oh, I didn't think. What time is it? Okay, it's not curfew yet. We can still make it. I left my door open. Oh, no! I'm running around with weed in my hands, too. Probably not the wisest thing. No! Dang, we missed it. Oh, we closed at 8 anyway. We were way behind. All right, well, we got to go to sleep. We'll go wait till morning. Hopefully nobody raided my apartment. Before we can mod with Thunderstorm. Man, what can't you do with Thunderstorm, baby? All right. Let's sleep it up. $605, gamers. 104 experience. Nice. Hush. Now available. Speed Grow, PGR, and a jar. Oh, people want him. Oh, man. Hopefully not get upset by that. Okay, delete. Okay, let's go buy. Wait 40 seconds. Well, that's weird. I can't go up for 8 a.m.? I love that you love this game so far. I love that you love that. I love that you love that. I love that you love this game. That's the best. I saw it like when it first kind of dropped. Not when it first dropped, but I saw someone playing early on, and I'm like, actually Queso playing. I'm like, Schedule 1. I was like, oh, I don't know if I should play that game. I'm like, I don't know, but I'm having a blast. Okay, we want 3. No, let's grab 6. Instantly grows a plant 50%, but reduces the quality. Ooh, I don't want that. Increase the yield. Okay, we're not going to do quality right now. I think we're okay on that. I don't think we need to speed grow anything. Let's grab a whole bunch of baggies. Let's grab at least 24 baggies. Let's grab trash bag. And I think we're good. What's the jar for? Holds 5 units of product. Let's buy some jars, I guess. No. All right. Stuck. I wasn't gonna play it because I gotta save money, but I was gifted it. Let's go. That was really nice of them. Like when you said that, I was like, wow, that was super nice of them. Kind of wish they gifted it to me. Slice. Okay. 25-liter bag of soil. You don't say. Okay. We'll bury that seed. Get 3 more plants growing here. Start packing things up. Make some sales. And we also got to put a lot of trash away too. Yeah, this developer did a good job on this game. And it's simple graphics, too. But it works so well. Okay, and then fill her up with some water. Are people speedrunning this game? Probably. People speedrun every game. I wonder how you speedrun this game. Nice. Okay, let's fill it up. Okay. How many baggies can I put up in there? 20 at a time. Okay. So if I put the jar, does that mean I can put 5 of these in a jar? For starters, people removing everything from the RV to take to the motel before it blows up. Oh, cheaters. Clever, though. Oh, that's what it's going to tell me to do. Yeah, that would have... I mean, the trailer blowing up isn't a big spoiler, but... Yeah, I think it's best for the game to play out how it was supposed to. Because basically all it does is just saves you a few $100s, right? It just saves you 2 plants and a packing station, a water can, trimmers. That's about it. I mean, I can give you a little bit of a head start, but I can see it's not like too much. Okay. No, I appreciate that. You made the correct choice there, Island. Okay. Okay, soil can go here. I'll fill up and just top these off before I go. I was right. Look at that emote. That's such a great emote. There's so much emotion in just that emote. I love it. Now I need to... 3 for 140? Sorry, buddy. It's 50 each. Okay, so we still got the OG Kush up. Let's go find some... Delete these old ones. Let's go repay Albert. Do I need more seeds? Save the game. I think I gotta text him. Oh, wait. Pay off my debt. You can pay off your debt by placing cash in the stash behind Dan's hardware. Okay, that was this way, right? Okay, we gotta do Peter. Let's go do a sale. Purple area indicates the approximate area of a customer. Okay, that means those. So this homie here. What you got, Ludwig? You don't look like Ludwig, the YouTuber. Alright. Free sample, my boy. What you think? It's good, right? Yeah, that's good stuff. That's a good. That's the good goods right there. All right, Pete. I got 3 for you. Appreciate you, buddy. Big preach. All right, the stash is over here. I'm going the wrong way, but I think I can make this work. Ha! Yes, I can. Are those Monster Energy? No, Red Bull cans? Something Ox? I owe him 270. How do I, will he give me change? Oh, got it. Thank you. Uh, 300? Okay. I wasn't sure if I could change back or not. Got it. Right click and scroll. Okay, cool. Let's see here. 70, 2 for 70. No, 2 for 100. 2 for 100. Man, people don't mind. Let's do a scheduled deal. Oh, you have to schedule for the next block. You can't just do the same block. Or the same block that you're in. Okay, that was for Sam. Okay, we're paid off. Counter offer. 100. Okay. Motel. Shipping containers. And then somebody needs 3 for 130. I can do counter offer for 150. Okay. I also want to talk to Hoover here about sour diesel. Interesting. I wonder how much I can sell these for. Okay, that's my max order. Okay. We are going to make some sales. We're going to make some money, baby. Go! Oh, was that a copper? I'm out. Not patting me down, buddy. Not today. It's a close one. Okay. This is what happens to my customers after they try the new supplies I mixed. Foaming at the mouth, basically. That's a popo. The heck? Miss Ming? Fat Dragon, the Chinese restaurant. Oh, let's go. You're gonna love this. Nice. We got a gamer. Okay, there's a popo right there. Austin. Ah! 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 Gotta give him the slip, gamers. Gotta give him the slip. Oh my gosh, they were cuffing me. I got stuck in my cell phone. I got stuck in my cell phone. I couldn't get out. I was panicking so hard. Oh, that was a bit spoopy. Okay. All right, we gotta make those deals. Voodoo running for the popo? All right, he wants 2 of them. Nice. Do I ever run out of sprints? Hope not. Kathy! Kathy! Ah! Kathy, run! Kathy, run! there, Kathy. Get out of there. Quick, bro. Quick. We gotta do this quick. Never mind. Ah! Ah! No, I gotta hide, bro. I gotta make my sales. Let's go. I did it. I did it. Yes, gamers. Yes. Okay, looking good. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. All right, they're coming through. That's right, going by. Nothing to see here. Just a man with some clippers. Nothing to see here. Okay, 2 of them. Got you, homie. I got you. Got you, bro. All right, I'm at 800. I'm at 800. I'm gonna get some more potential customers. We got more. Like the dead drop? Okay. Okay, Beth. Peter! I already helped you, Peter. Nice. Alright, let's get the stash, baby. Officer! He's over here! Miss Ming? They want us to talk to Miss Ming? Miss Ming! Oh, that's right. I wants to get a house or a room above her. Hold on before I do that. I gotta check the growth of my plants. Oh, they're looking good. So this one has 8. Oh, wait. Yikes. 5 OG Kush. Oh, man. That's a big sale. I might want to do that. I'm slow. I just caught on. Wait a second. Are we selling salt in the street? We're selling vegetarian or vegan herbs and vegetables. How's it we're selling? Vegan herbs and vegetables. The deuce. Come on. Oh, pick up the E. There we go. Do I have to do the trash? Am I short a trash bag, by the way? I feel like I am. Uh-oh. My trash is getting pretty filthy. Oh, barnacles. Oh boy, what are you gonna do? Yeah, we're slinging dope. We're gonna plant, we're gonna plant the last of our normal OG. And I'm sure when we go to the new spot, all of our stuff will already be here. Like it'll just transfer over, I'm sure. We don't have to move it ourselves. Which is like whenever you have to move in real life, that's like one of the top 5 most annoying things that you have to do sometimes is move. But hopefully we'll have movers who will move all of our stuff for us. And hopefully they don't judge. Put some music on the background. And down a little bit. Yeah, right? Yup. You're like, you're sucking that. Boop. Okay, now we give them some of the water. And then we're chilling. We'll go talk to Miss Ming after we get water in all these. I think the next spot is when we'll start like mixing stuff or something. Or no, I probably need to unlock more if I can do that. Okay, and how many here can I do? 10. Okay, it's something. We'll pack him up. 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm starting to get a little hungry, gamers. 6, 7. I'm getting the munchies, like as they say. 8, 9, 10. Okay. What time is it? Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see. Counter offer will be $250. Okay, fine. What time? Shoot. I didn't mean now. Crap. All right, let's set up. Let's get 5 ready here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, ready to go. I like the map on the top of my screen. That helps me know where to go. Okay. Oh, Jesse, I got you. Nice deal. All right. Miss Ming wants... okay. Mick, counter offer. $150, my boy. Schedule this one in the morning. As well as Miss Ming will schedule in the morning as well. And then we will get a room from her. Actually buys weed from us. Okay. Can I pay back the Hoover guy? Okay, we got a lot of money. Yeah, let's pay back in a drop spot. The only one I know of off the top of my head is over here. Let's see if I can pay him off. I mean to text. Dan's Hardware. Doop 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 doodly doop doop. Whoa. Who's this guy? Mick? This begins in 2 hours. Wasn't that too early? Whatever. All right, let's get our stash. Ooh, this is my jars, by the way. Oh, wrong way. Eh. Okay, so let's see here. Okay. We got Mrs. Ming coming up here in a second. I could make more... Let's do this. Let's do 4 sour diesel. Nice. Okay, so once we sell all this OG Kush, we'll start with the sour diesel. We probably want to just sell out, right? Dan, morning. Morning, Dan. Oh, he's not a potential customer. He's not on the map. Okay, don't want those messages in my history. Whoopsies. Okay, Peggy. Potential customer, Peggy. Okay, Peggy. I got the goods for you. Where you is, Peggy? Where's Peggy? There we go. Peggy Myers. Free sample. 63% chance of success. Not very high. A little better than 50-50. Oh, lame. Okay. Well, she didn't like that very much. Geraldine. Let's see if you can fall victim to my goods. Where you at, Geraldine? Yikes. I thought you'd be a female. 91% chance of success. Let's go. Standards are very low, apparently, is what it said. Perfect. My kind of customer. Nice. Is this a dead drop behind the motel office? Oh, really? Okay. Ray's real estate? Eat, crap, and die. Ray. Cool. Way to go, Ray. Way to be a hero. Oh, it's 4 a.m. Go to sleep to compress until tomorrow. I see. So everything like kind of halts. All right, let me pour these out really quickly here. Get these growing again. Man, my guy only sleeps for 3 hours a night? Holy crap. What is he on? All right, sleepy time. Yeah, he's a hard-working man. $995 earned 460 experience. Holy crap. That's enough for 2 levels, right? Moisture preserving pot LED grow light. Electric plant trimmers. Pot sprinkler. Yo, we're getting good stuff here. Save the game. Oops. All right, our drop is ready. And then we got to talk to Miss Ming. Oh, I didn't check my plants. Yeah, we are making bread. We're a bread factory basically here. Okay, let's trim it up. All right, so this one has 8 also. I guess 8 is just the average yield. How did I get 12 on one of them then? Okay, I'm out of baggies though. We need baggies. Okay, so I need 3 fertilizer, 3 baggies, maybe a couple trash bags, and then we'll talk to Miss Ming. No, we'll talk to Miss Ming first. Let's talk to Miss Ming first. Where's she at? She's over here. What? Where is she? Dang it! Oh well. Well, we gotta wheel and deal until then. Okay. We got a deal already. Let's go. Let's get it. Shred Shack. I'll come back to you. Oh, I don't have money for a skateboard. Well, I gotta get this deal first. It's Ming. Complete deal. Okay. Let's do this deal here. I don't want to miss this. Nice. Miss Ming! 800, yes. Move the grow tents and packaging station to the new room. I gotta move everything myself? Really? At least it's not that far. Okay, good thing I didn't... Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's gonna take a while to grab everything. I'm gonna grab my TV, baby. And my lamp. That wasn't mine, but I'm taking it. Look at me go! I'm a natural. Somebody's already asking for more stuff. I'll probably hook him up. I need the cash. Okay. So you go there for now. TV for now. Lights for now. I think we want all of the grow spots to be here. Let's do right here first. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then let's put a bunch of stuff here in a small storage rack. Okay. Yeah. Talk to Uncle Nelson at the payphone. Collect the dead drop behind the motel office. So let's do that as well. Let's pay him back while we can. Okay. I need to buy a trash bag. I can't get bigger storage units too. Ooh, I don't want 2 beds, do I? Screw it. No, I don't want 2 beds, do I? No, I don't want 2 beds. That's gonna take up too much room. And just leave this garbage here. Man, have some respect. Yeah, I don't think we need a double bed here. Okay. Okay, I think that's everything. Let's go get... Oh, no, we need a couple trash bags. I'll get that phone later. All right, let's get... We need a lot of baggies. Oh, crap. I need ATM. Let's see here. Let's do 200. So we got plenty of time. Counter offer 200. Schedule it now. 2 for 75. Sorry, brother. It's going to cost you. Normal price. No deals. No discounts. Okay. It's deposits. I need 8? Holy crap. Geraldine. That's going to cost you 400, but... Wow, I need to start packing. Oh, no. I don't have enough. Okay, I gotta buy baggies and start packing quick. Okay, that's all we're doing right now. That's all we're worried about. Yeah, I gotta start packing quick. I'm lost! Oh my gosh, gamers, I don't know if we're gonna be able to do this in time. This is gonna be a close one. Okay. Okay. 1, 2 hours. Oh my gosh. I need 10. Come on, come on. I think we can do this. I think we can do this. I wish I didn't have to pack them all up. Drop it! What are you doing? That's fine. That's fine. Let's go. All right. I know the deal's expiring soon. I didn't get it! No! No! I didn't pick it up! It's not in my inventory! What? It is in my inventory. I'm stupid. Oh my gosh. No, they're gonna get mad. There's some big deals here, guys. Shoot. You idiot! Ah! You tried to shoot me! Ah! This is going south fast! Oh, this is going bad. No. Dang it. Ah! I lost. I mean, I didn't lose, but I lost the sales. Crap. Uh-oh. Ah! 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 You'll never take me alive, coppers! Ah! Dang it. I lost so many sales, man. No! You'll never catch me! No! No! No, 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 no! Ah! We lost so many deals! They're right behind me! Dang it! 3 deals, man. Okay, Okay, I gotta set this up. Ugh. Dude, how do I get out of here? Okay, this is how we start it. Ugh. Dang, dude. I'm gonna set up another deal in the meantime. Make up that cash that we just lost out on. Okay. Woof, man, that was close. Okay, so she wants, next person wants 8, so I gotta do 2. Oh, I see. 8, okay. Oh, man, we got some money to make up. 3 deals, man. Lost out on 3 deals. Terrible. What the heck? I fail. Dodgy call, dodgy dealing? Trying to keep up with all these, man. Ooh, got Popo there. Okay, let's do, they want a big, let's get the big orders here. 4 for 200. Okay. Freaking Popo everywhere, bro. Okay. Okay. All right, let's go pack up the rest of our stuff so that we're ready to sell. And that way we don't get into any problems where we're just running around like that and not getting our deals done. Not making money. Okay. Try this again. Pack. Why is the... Oh, that's curfew. I thought it was like, air raid, you know, alarm or something like that. The Rads are coming to attack us. Or the Reds. Man, I had to pack so many last time. Ooh, if I had a jar, I could pack maybe 5. Actually, all those jars I have are back at the, whatchamacallit? Hardware store. And I still need to get my trash can from the motel room. Okay, few more. Okay, at least now we're stocked up. We can do plenty of free samples. Probably sleep until the morning now. Okay. I wish you could move things if they weren't necessarily full, but that's okay. Let's see, we'll put you and you there. Holy crap, that's a lot. Okay, I think I like that. Put the trash can here, probably. I will put you there and trash can and you. Let's see here. Put you there, you there. You put you up there. Okay, let's... We can do some deals, maybe. Yeah, we got 30 to give away here, so let's do some deals. 5 for 250. Sound like tornado siren too, right? Okay, what else we got? Okay, we already did Kathy. 3 for 150. Okay. 2 for 85. Sorry, brother. 2 for 100. Okay, so we got... How much do we have there? 10? Plus another 5 here. That's 150. And then last one, so this will be 15 total. No! No, I gave him a deal! Dang it! He saved $10 on me. Wait, never mind. Alright. I guess he gets nothing then. He just gets nothing. Alright, let's go make some money. So we need 5, 3, 3. Okay, so we have 5, 3, 3, 2. 5. 3. I'd be careful not to get caught. Well, it's gonna be very hard to hide this. So 5, 3. 3, 2. Okay. No cops around. Good, good, good. Where's my room? Oh, it's Donna. Okay, never mind. Donna's paying 150 for 3. Donna's way over here from the motel. Okay, looks good, looks good. Not seeing the po-po. All right, Mick, looking good, buddy. He's got 3. Okay. Let's go to this one, I guess, next. Man, we're making money. Hey, Jesse wanted 5. Ooh, big purchase. And then we want 3. Okay, careful here. There, I do see flashlights. Uh-oh. Oof. That was a close one. Now, how do I get to you? I just jumped and they heard me. Okay, where's this nerd? What? How do they see him from over there? Oh, Beth, we gotta be quick. Ooh, I'm out of here. Spooky. Okay, we got a couple potential customers. Don't see me, 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 don't see me. Oh my gosh, that was too close. I'm gonna go down here. Oh my goodness. Did they not see this person right in front of us? Okay, so it wants me to go to bed, but let's answer the phone first. You got a decent base of operations and a growing customer base. You'll be pulling in some proper cash now, but you'll need to manage all your customers. I'm thinking about recruiting a dealer. There's a guy, Benji Coleman, his name. I think he'll be the first dealer you can work with. You won't be able to hire a dealer until one of your friends has recommended you. Benji is friends with Peggy, Beth, and Ludwig. Focus on selling them until one of them recommends you. Okay, I think I'm gonna get recommended here. All right, up to our apartment. Huzzah! Okay. Yeah, we want to sleep. Again, we want to go to we gotta start growing some stuff. 320 experience, $1,730. Wow. Mixing station. Look at us go, gamers. New region unlocked. 10 potential customers, 1 dealer, 1 supplier. Whoa. Okay, before we do anything, let's go to the let's go over here. I need soil. A pair of electric trimmers. Simply click and drag to harvest. When activated, will water the adjacent pot or grow tent. Oh. Let's get some trash bags. We also want... it's 250. Okay, I think that's good for now. Let's go get our trash can from our room. Okay. All right, throw this away, make a little bit of money off of it. I mean, I don't want to leave my old hotel room, old motel room, dirty. I'm not like that. Hope I can fit it all in there, though. It's looking like a maybe not. It's looking like a really close. And I think it's full. Dang it. Okay. Let's go sell these. Am I tripping or did you just start earlier today? I did start a little early today, yeah. I started at 4. Or like around 4 o'clock. Just because I was kind of itching to play. And I want to play a little longer for you guys. Okay, I don't want any evidence. Oh, whatever. I don't know where that went. Itching to play, huh? Maybe. Slam dunk. I was itching for it. I could not resist. Okay, are we friendly with Doug, Chloe, or Beth yet? Sounds kind of weird thing to say, but are we friendly yet? $190 for 4? Okay, we can make a quick $400 here. let's see here. Counter. Done. Okay. Peter. He wants another 4 as well? Alright. We'll make clean 600. I need seeds. No, I don't. I'm doing... Okay, let's see here. Ooh, I need soil, right? Yeah, we need soil. Dang it. There we go. I was hardcore parkouring there. All right, we want long life soil. Long lasting soil that can be used to grow 2 plants before expiring. Well, that doesn't seem like it. That doesn't seem like it saves money. Seems like it's more expensive. Why would I pay triple for something that does double the work? Paying triple for double the work. That's weird. I should go sell really quick. Won't take any time at all to sell. Let's go make some money. Oh! Sponge Man! Wonder what he's saying. Is that a bad word? We'll never know. Okay. Kyle Cooley, keeping it cool. What's your name is? George? Well, I gotta sell first, Georgie. Can I take this for myself? Nah. Can't use it. Man, this one's way down here. What the deuce? This guy's making me run. Okay. Didn't I have another deal? I had another deal going down. I guess not. Oh, I guess go talk to the homie there. Well, let's go plant the soil. Wait, I don't want this trash can. Oh, yeah, I do want the trash can. It's one for my room. Okay, okay then. Oh, so many things I want to do. Look at me, 2 trash cans, baby! Okay. Let's do 3 baggies. Bum bum. All right, I'm enjoying this. This is fun. And then we do it here. Ah, spilling! I'm spilling! I'm spilling, gamers. I'm spilling. Okay, let's see here. Let's get some of this going. Those go in there as well, and those go there as well. Okay. Pick up our trash. And then I need a watering can. Can you move the sink? You can't move the sink? Okay, sour diesel going in. So this one will probably sell for 60 each. Make a little extra money on it. I like this song. Let's her up a little bit, shall we? All right, yes. Get all nice and watered. Nice. Where the evidence? Okay, so we still got 9. We got $1,000 or almost $2,000 in cash money. All right, it's 4. Let's do some work. I don't know why I have my water bottle on me, watering can. Kathy, you owe $140. Let's see. Okay. I want to pay off my debt. Okay, so we can pay off. Okay. Man, I paid him before I even got my product. All right, let's do 4 for 200. All right. Let's go put some money away. Okay. Oh gosh, copper. Man, that was so close back there when I was like running from all those cops. They got really close to tasing me. Or I mean, they did, but really close to actually like fully cuffing me. Go back to the court. There's a bat you can pick up. Oh, I think I want that. The homie's not here yet. Ah! Oh, it stopped. Is that a popo? All right, how do you want? You want 2, right? Which one is 4? Nice money, cash money, baby. That's what we like, baby. 50,000. Holy crap! That's a lot of sales to be able to afford that. All right, let's go back and water our plants. That seems like a good idea. Anything buy anything from the hardware store other than some like more grow pods or whatever? Because I can also, let's see here. How do I want to organize this? Maybe I'll put some more right here. I'll put 2 more pots right here, maybe. I might have started looking to getting the water thing as well. Ooh, Beth. We want Beth. We want Beth to recommend us. I guess it makes sense you can't move the sink. Shift Evolve! Hello, good sir! Welcome in. Thank you so much for that. Where's my buttons here? So, ooh, down here to 8 out of 5. Thank you so much, gamer. I appreciate it. Welcome in. How you doing? Hope your day has been going well. We're game with the best of them right now. Oh, was it after 8 o'clock? Bah, barnacles. Okay, we found Beth. I don't have many left, so. Let's set up no for that. Sorry, Sam. I want Ludwig to be happy, right? All right, let's scheduled for Ludwig. And that's also scheduled Beth. Hoping I don't get caught. And I assume we can do it in time. Oops. Alright. Let's get it. Alright, so basketball court could not be any easier. Nice. You said there's an item here that I want? Oh. Oh, I can bonk him on the head? Clunk. Nice. Okay, 40 meters. Alright, after this, I'm all out. Alright, you got the last of it, Beth. Nice. I can break other stuff too. Yeah. Get my money. Get my money. Who's got my money? Who's got my money? Who's got my money? Who wants the work, huh? Who wants the heat? Does Beth want the heat? I guess we're gonna go take a nappy wappy. Do I smack her? One shot between the eyes? Just a clean little punk. You good? I'm sorry, that slipped. Yeah, she's good. How do I get in this? What the heck? Where's the entrance? Oh, there we go. Oh, jeez. From deep? I made that. I just punched it. Oh my gosh. I was wondering though, can I do this? Hey! She didn't like that, did she? Huh! Jump shot! Oh, that bounced off the rim! What? Uh-oh, coppers. They don't like us playing basketball after hours. They're not fans of basketball. Alright, I'm in my room, relax. I got no shutters over here? Okay, good thing about the TV there. Okay. Dang, 6 kush? Ooh, the drop is ready. We need to get that drop. Okay. Let's go get that drop. Seems like it's over here. Yeah, and then to the left. And then swerve. I'm a little too far, but that's okay. Behind the gas station? What's that say? Profanity. Okay. We got lots of diesel. Ooh, the coke, the cuke machine. Ah! Ah! Top tattoo? That's cool. Can I destroy the construction? Destruct their construction? Uh-oh. Whee! so lost. Okay. I can talk to Benji at night, right? Doesn't have to be in the morning. Like, I can go talk to Benji right now. Probably put my bat away. I don't want to threaten the poor guy. Ah, you're Peter. I don't care about you. Benji. You want to work for me as a distributor? All right. I'll be a dealer for you, but there is a $500 signing fee. And I'll take 20% cut of each sale. That sounds fine. Provide Benji with at least 10 weeds. Dodgy dealings. Thank you. Bring me some product and assign some customers to me. I'll get to work. All right, Benji. Appreciate you, buddy. I think it's nap time. Yeah. Okay. $800, not bad. Or basically almost $900. Ooh, just south of the level up. Just south of the level up. Okay. So those are ready to harvest. Before I harvest those really quickly, though, I do want to grab... I went the long way again. 2 more grow thingies. Okay. I got fertilizer. I have 3 right now. I'm gonna need 2 more. Okay. Let's start collecting our goodies. Okay. Trimmers. That's not what I wanted. Ooh, it's not going to fit very well there either. Dang it! What's wrong with me? Why does it keep going the wrong way? Oh, that's what I do. Okay. It's not the most efficient. I don't really like it. I thought it wasted $10. I thought it did triple the work. I thought it did double the work for triple the price. Oh, that's music. I was like, what's happening here? Okay, do they get mad if I don't respond to them? Probably, right? So I should say no, so they don't get angry. They are not consumed with one plant. Okay. I'll buy them next time. Let's use up our regular soil here. If you say they're better, then I'll believe. Alright, we gotta do some harvesting here. And are the electric trimmers worth it? Rotate a plant? Who needs to rotate? Alright, we got that sour diesel here. Alright, I'll rotate the plant. Big yes on the electric trimmer. Okay. Hope I have enough baggies. And eventually I'm going to start mixing. But for now, I just want to sell a single product. I need to start advertising the... Actually, let's do that right now. Uh-oh, Kyle. Sorry, brother. I just took it off the market, man. You texted me right before. I'm sorry, bro. Good sale, though, too. I didn't got it for you, though, brother. Okay. I'm gonna have so much trash. Well, so I got 2 trash cans. Okay, this is gonna be a good yield here too, by the way. Watering can. Water while I can, right? Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Gosh, pouring so weird. Okay, I like it. I love it. All right. Everything's growing. Watering can's full. Wait, is this better? And now I dump it into here? Well, that would have worked if I had made it in there. Nice! That saves a lot of time. Holy crap. Not too shabby. And then pack it up, pack it in. Let me begin. Is there a spot, like an easy spot for us to... I wonder if I can just like keep these over here for now. What if they'll despawn? Okay, now we gotta start packing. Sell the trash bags. Sell the trash bag. Oh, yeah. I just don't know if there's a... Oh, it's over there. Is there a closer one? Not really. Trash bags aren't worth much. They're worth like 10 though, right? Also, maybe I should get it. I haven't been using these yet. Should I pack them in jars or baggies? Oh. And then, okay, we gotta pack them. There's one to the top right of the place. Of the shred place. Oh. Ah. That's pretty close. Okay, let's fill it up. Ooh, I think it's one away. I think it's one piece of Garbo away. Coffee cup. Jars hold 5 nugs. Okay. There we go. Get those out the way. So if I take this down, I'm gonna put jars. So that just means someone has to buy 5 though, right? I don't get many people buying 5 though. I don't know if I want that. I will later. Did I unpack it? Oh, wait. Unpack. Okay. We want baggies first. Pack. Take some time. Some start ordering more. Probably prioritize. Ooh, probably prioritize the big spenders, right? Okay, well, once we get these all packed up, actually, right now, let's start right now, actually. Sour diesel. It's not much more. It's only $2 more asking price. Oh wait, asking price? I'm gonna actually put 50. No, 55. Okay. And we'll see if we get sales. Because last time I was upping it anyway. They're all wanting sales, and I was upping it anyway. Let's see if they'll come up with the 50, if that's too expensive. I've upcharged everybody so far. By the way, do cops like break into your house in this game? I wouldn't expect them to. But maybe that's why the windows are closed? Or I mean, the blinds are drawn? Or maybe that'll be like something later on that the developers add to the game. Because I did see something. I was scrolling along on YouTube just the other day when I hadn't even played the game yet or seen it. And I saw the YouTube title, you know, new updates coming to Schedule 1. And I was like, already? All right, let's get some watering done, I think, and then we'll probably be ready to... Let's see, what time is it? Do we need to purchase anything? Oh, yeah, let's get the electric trimmer. While we still can. You just actually get long soil, right? 5 of those. Electric trimmer. Fertilizer. Ooh. A solo dev? Wow. That's pretty dope. I wonder how long he's working on it for. You know he's making money off it now. He's making a killing. Okay. Let's drop these off. I know, give the homie 10. I did want to water these before I left, though. So, if it improves the quality, does that mean you can sell it more? Or does it change it to like a different, like... No, it wouldn't change the strain. The variety. We got Beth asking for 1. Little loser. Come on, Beth, we want them big sales. We'll give Benji some goods, though. Send him to do some work. Plant trimmers. How do I get rid of these? Can I sell them? Who would have thought selling drugs would be so much fun, right? Okay, okay, oh my gosh, we got sales. Okay, Kathy, counter offer. We'll do... 220. Okay. Okay, 1? Nah, I ain't got time for just 1. Okay, 3. We're selling for about 50 each, right? Wait, this guy's asking, give him Counter. I'll just do... Okay. Let's see here. Counter offer. Man, I'm charging like 75 a piece for these. Maybe now that's my new price, 75 a pop. 2, so that's gonna be 150, buddy. Let's see if he pays it. Ooh, okay, too much. All right, 75 a pop is too much. I can look, discard. Oh, I see. Down here, bottom right. Imagine I accidentally got rid of my electric trimmers. Okay, I don't want these jars on me either. Don't need them. We're seeing stacked a little higher. All right, let's make some sales. Oh, begins in 2 hours. Never mind. Let's go to Benji. So I'm giving away what do I have given away here? 9. So we'll give Benji 10. And I'll still have plenty to sell. How do I assign you customers? You can assign customers to me with a dealer management app on your phone. Okay, let's give him half. Just asking for 4 sour diesel on her own. Okay. So 240. 250. Okay, Jesse does big orders. I like that. So how do you say you do it? Dealers? Oh, okay. Do I need to find people that are close to him in proximity? So maybe Peter and Beth? Oh, he walks around. I'll keep him here. And let's do the other one. Maybe Donna. She's the, Donna. She's the lady that runs this joint. Cool. Okay. So Benji's got his thing going. You always hit plus 10 on my sales. What's plus 10 mean? And how do I get plus 10? Okay, let's see how our... Oh gosh, I'm running. Okay, use trimmers to harvest. Okie dokie. No, let's go... Let's do some work before we harvest. All right, they're all north, dang it. Or south, I suppose. Okay. You want 2? Instead of saying yes to the customers on the phone, I hit counter offer. Oh, but I only have right now. I only have 1 drug type, but I've been doing the counter offer plus 10 every time. Oh, you only hit plus 10 once. God. Okay, now I understand what you're saying. Okay, I understand. Okay, she wants 4. Nice. All right. Excuse me? Okay, I don't know why it's... Is there somebody else there? No? Oh, that was the person I slammed with the I hit with the baseball bat. She just walked by. She's doing good. All right, Jessie. She's a big buyer. We like this. And just like that, you know, I'm gonna need. You know what? We're okay on seeds right now. Wow, Jessie can't be happier with us. She adores us. All right, let's try. Let's see what these trimmers do. Okay. Need the water too. I mean, okay. I'm digging. Yeah, that's a pretty big time save. Which is like an auto planter, though. Okay, so we got the long-lasting soil. Oh, so it'll be 2 plants, right? I can do 2 growths, 2 different generations with this one soil. Okay, so the game scales pretty well then, what you're saying. Oh, shoot. Donna still wants some sour diesel? I was trying to talk to Donna. What the heck? Oh, I gotta go back to Donna here really quick. Oh, it's almost 4 a.m. Oh my gosh. Donna! Are you ready to buy now? What the heck? Oh! That was an accident, Donna. Hello? It's bugged. A donut? A cuke? I'm trying to do... Dude, it's busted! Oh, well. Try not... Oh, good idea. Good idea. Clever. Nah, she's out and about. Maybe that'll reset her? Ah. I have an idea. Maybe I'll try one more thing. Here, hold on. Actually, last save. Oh, that's good. I like that. It says when your last save was. Look at us. Net worth 4.6k. Not bad. Oh, we're handsome. That's a good-looking gamer right there, I tell you what. Imagine this running at you in the middle of the night. Hey, you got the sour diesel? Yes! Woo! We did it. Okay, we fixed it. Don't worry, Donna. I got your deal. My character's like a crackhead? Why would you say that? Because it's true? Ah! With our bowl cut and everything. Just standing in a corner blinking. Oh, wait. Hold on. He's just standing there. Menacingly. Get out of there, SpongeBob. I like the real estate's pretty funny too. Dude, these are good like default like thumbnails here. Just take pictures all over the place. Wait. I'm sure that's fine. It's just a can of lighter fluid on a flame. On an active fire. Sure, it's fine. Oh, this isn't... Not gonna lie, I expected something to happen. I was hoping for it. Ooh. Hello? Oh, a syringe? What? I wonder how much the syringe is worth. I haven't seen many syringes around this place. I haven't seen many medical offices either. Only one. $1. Well, what are you gonna do? Oh, dude, if I drop in $3 more, I'll have 1337. Lead. Okay, let's plant some stuff here. Let's also get my trash. All right, let's pick up after myself. I am... Oh, there's a dirty little hamster here, man. Whee! Whee! Okay, now we need... Up. And then drop. And then move all the sand bits around. I don't know why, but I think of like I imagine like sea crabs under there, like moving the dirt around. Reminds me of the ocean. You go to the beach. You see little crabs in the water. Okay. I need to up my production here. I need more plants. 5 plants is good, but is it great? I want to be at 15 plants right now. You never go in the ocean now? Hey, don't knock it till you try it, gamer. Boom. Boom, boom. Trash. I put this away too quick. Boom. 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 Grab you, grab you, grab you. Okay. Drop. Nice. Grab you. Have you been on an airplane before, gamer? All right. Start packing. Never been on an airplane before. Wow. That's crazy. It's so crazy to me. Have you been... Well, have you been have you been to a mountain range before? Have you been in the mountains? Like, it's so crazy that people like haven't been to the ocean or haven't been on an airplane. Have you been in an elevator, gamer? Surely you've been in an elevator. Man, I need more baggies. How about an escalator? Yes. What up, Mitchie? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Grateful to have you in here, Mitchie. Was it a terrifying experience when you went on it? Did you pull like an elf where like one foot goes on the escalator and the other one stays back until you're basically doing the splits? Okay, am I out of baggies? I will be soon. I've only really seen them in airports, but I was curious. Where else would they be? Moving platforms. I've seen them in the mountains. I've seen moving platforms in the mountains, actually. Other than that, I don't think I've seen them anywhere. Okay, these are growing. Let's see here. Let's get some more water in. Okay, put you away, you away. Grab you. Let's fill it up. Buttercup. I want a moving walkway from my house. Just sit in and go to the bathroom and all. Oh my gosh. I want like slides in my house. So when I go downstairs, instead of walking downstairs, I just slide downstairs. Or take a fireman's pole from my room to the kitchen. That would be even better. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about, Shift Evolve. You're talking about flat ones. The ones I've seen in the mountains are flat. You like step on it when you're on skis, like you're on. It basically takes you kind of up, like up a slope a little bit. They're like little people movers. And the same thing, but it's a little bit this way, and it's completely flat, no steps, but it's just flat. And just kind of you set your foot on it, and then your ski on the snow on the other foot, and then you just go wee. You lean your foot on, you lean your weight on the treadmill, and then it kind of pulls you up. Yeah. I want to slide from my second story into a pool. That would be dope from your room. That'd be absolutely dope. Make your own house one day, and you can do it. All right, it's 4 a.m., right? Yeah, they want me to go to bed. And I think we're chilling. Because I don't have any more baggies right now. All right. Ooh, not a lot of money on that one, gamers. Or experience on that one. All right, but Benji's got money for us. I need baggies. I need to bag him and tag him. I go pretty far up there. Okay. Soil pourer. That's cool. Upgraded version packing station. How am I gonna buy? 60? Okay. I want to buy another storage thing here too. My family didn't go on vacation until after I moved out. My family never went on very many vacations either, Ireland. Okay. Pack 'em and stack 'em, baby. Come on, get it. Get that nug in there. The deuce, man. Yeah, we had a not a small family, but there was 4 kids, so 2 parents, 4 kids gets pretty expensive. Okay, so we're already making deals. I think we'll charge 60 a pop instead of 75. We'll charge 60 a pop. Okay, so if we're doing 60 a pop, we want 240. Right? No, that's 18. How much? Oh my gosh. They're offering... Oh, they're paying 200. That's almost 70. Okay, so I'll do 210. That's 70 each. Okay. We can go find Benji. Only real family vacation I went on was years ago when my sister did one of those guess how many jelly beans in a jar thing was close and won 5 tickets to know. Wow, that's so cool. How many jelly beans was she off by? And how many were in the jar? What? The benches customers aren't assigned to him? Is Benji not working? What the heck? Benji, why aren't you doing crap? Be nice to Benji. Why? He ain't doing crap for me. He ain't working. I gave him 10 bags. He hasn't done anything with it. He's sitting on them. That ain't right. Here I am making sales. What's he doing? He ain't doing nothing. He ain't doing nothing. I remember the jar had 5,000. She was off by 30 or 40. Wow. My brother won one of those very similar questions or type of things, Mitchie, where it was a Lego Yoda. A Lego Yoda. It's about like 3 feet, maybe like 2 feet tall. But yeah, same thing. It was guess how many Legos, and then the closest one won. My brother was off by like, oh gosh, I want to say like less than 10. Do you remember, Shift Evolve, what your guess was and what the actual amount was? He wants 3. Nice. Yeah, it was actually in a Toys R Us it was in a Toys R Us store back in the day. All right, let's see what Uncle Nelson's got for us. With Benji's help, you'll be able to move a good quantity of product. Now it's time to start manufacturing and selling higher value product. You might have noticed that you can buy weed seed strains from Albert, or you can create even more unique products with a mixing station. At a mixing station, you mix products with a special ingredient to create new mixes with unique effects. Customer will pay more for these products. To get started, go purchase a mixing station from Dan's Hardware. After that, you'll want to grab something to mix with your weed from the local gas mart. Need some water? Friends, family invited. Along their vacation, because I was one of their few friends with a daughter. Had also to Wisconsin Dells as well. Was to resort hotel. There was has own water park and slides. First day there, I ended up having to go get eye drops due to ooh. Well, don't open your eyes and don't sit with your eyes open in the water. I learned that too as a kid. My eyes would get red at my grandparents' house in their water. Oops. Okay. Georgie boy. Never mind. That's Jeff. My name is Jeff. Oh, that's Lud. Okay. I'm probably gonna want the large storage thing at some point. Putting all my fancy stuff in, you say? Okay. So we got a mixing station. Where can I mixy mixy? Then I said we need stuff from the gas station. Let's see here. Darn, I'm just like one spot off. Ugh. Dang, I keep trying to punch that thing. Ooh, I have an idea. Oh, I can't do it now. Okay, TV will go where? No, not there. How do I rotate you? There we go. I guess that's good enough. Yeah, I kind of dig that. So these are just about finishing up. Okay, we got baggies. We got all kinds of stuff. Okay, oh. Insert product, insert mixer. So I'm getting into a gas station, it said. Oh, there's Benji. He's doing his work. Okay, finally he's working. I don't see the black dot on here. I don't... Oh, gas station. I had fun both times, though. You know how expensive Wisconsin Dells is? It's almost a Las Vegas trip. Wow. In Wisconsin, the prime Vegas prices? Good lord. Where am I? Oh, okay. I need to go right. Okay. Gosh, that's hard to figure out for that moment. Okay, so we're going across here. Hopo! 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 Come out! He's like, stop that. Oh my gosh. Come here. Come here. You're gonna push me. Come here. Ugh. All right, let's go. Take me. Drive. Go. Ah! 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 I'm sorry. Ah! All right, we need to fix this. Am I giving the slip? Oh yeah, we gave him the slip. Nope, unslipped. He's not slipped. He's not slipped. Oh, oh gosh, oh gosh, we're back. Oh wait, oh, okay, save yourself like you did last time, Ethan. Okay. Should be safe here, right? Sag. About $550 for 3 days for Noah's Ark day passes for a 5-person family. $210 for cheap motel. Wow. That is quite the trip. So I found a new safe spot, apparently? Just go up here and then you're safe from being got by the cops? Let's go. That's crazy, Mitchie. That's insane, man. And prices are only going up these days. Ugh. All right. So we're going to go find the gas mart. What did that say? Spaghetti and meatballs. I like spaghetti and meatballs. I build no dynasty. I will consume corporate slop. Soy juice and insect protein will fuel me. Gentrification equals monochrome utopia. Interesting. Gas station. Oh, gas station. There it is. So what do I mix? Propane? Ooh, I should probably not smack that, right? As I was saying, I keep smacking it. Okay, what do we purchase? I don't understand what to mix it with. Purchase at least one mixing ingredient. Smack that all on the floor. Medication that's used to get you chubbed up. Oh boy. I'll buy. Hang out 5 of those. Hey boss, just letting you know I'm out of product. Nice. I get it, bro. You just texted me that. Relax. Chill, brother. Chill, dog. Is there like a quick way? Maybe this is the quick way. Oh gosh. Ugh. Surely they're not following me, right? I gave them the slip in the half right there. They can't bust in my room, can they? Spooky. Jesse, 5 sour diesel? I always got time for Jesse. 305. Wow. Okay. She's doing a good deal. She's offering... Let's do a counter offer. Let's try 25. Nice. Good sale. She got 5 sour D's, and I gotta go to Benji, which is hopefully he's back in his apartment. 305, Mr. Worldwide. Boogie, boogie, booty, booty, rocking everywhere. Oh, wait. Appreciate you, Benji. Let's give him... Screw it, we'll just give him 15. Alright. Get back to work, Benji. Okay, so she's in front of the motel. I could probably just give it to her right now. Nice, dude. Jesse is awesome, man. I get a lot of money from Jesse. What else was I gonna do? I guess I can mix. Oh, they need water. Crap. That's why they stopped growing. I thought they were just gonna finish themselves. There we go. Pour that, pour that, pour that. Pour all the goods. So it seems like it's best to harvest at night when you can't do anything else. Did I just hear a gunshot? Okay, Okay, so I gotta unpack. Let's unpack. No, let's harvest. Yeah, let's harvest. Also get a few of these ready. Okay. Very good. Okay. And look at they still have a lot of water in them. Boop. Yes, yes, looks good. I'm loving it. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. Oh. Okay, so those are growing. Filled water. Let's turn the lights back on. Oh, I meant to move this, but it's okay. Okay, so we will add 5 and 5. Just put them all in at once? That seems okay. Oh my gosh. "30 seconds. Okay. Pick up some trash while it's doing that. Okay. You go back. You go back. You go back. Take one of you. Bag up the trash. Take the trash out. Okay. What we got here? Ultra Slime. Market value 48. Okay, so it's a little bit more valuable. So I got Ultra Slime now. I should package these up. So this one adds refreshing. Aye. In there. Okay, and then we'll pack up these. These are just the normal ones. Okay. Get these all packed up. Plus I can give more to Benji. But of course, oh gosh. Of course I do make more money if I do it myself, but actually I can put more volume out though with the help of Benji, so it's definitely better. A little 20%, totally worth. Okay, let's pack up the last 20, I'd say. Because why not? The more we have to sell, the better. Just gotta worry about cops catching us. Talk to Uncle Nelson at a payphone. Yeah, I don't really plan on pickpocketing anybody just yet. I can imagine they'd fight back just like in every other game. That they would aggro. I wonder if because they give Benji so many customers is why I'm not getting so many phone calls. Because they'd probably just call Benji. Yeah, because I haven't been getting many calls. I think I gave Benji like so many customers. Okay, let's nap it out. I don't think I need to buy anything else. Extra long life and mouthwash. Interesting. So mouthwash is another additive, a little mixy. Also, I might be asking too much. Change that to 50. All right. Let's keep going. What you got, Unk? That's your first mix done. There's a wide variety of different ingredients with unique effects. Each one will affect the value of your product differently. Keep trying different mix recipes and you'll be able to make some serious valuable product. You know everything you need to get yourself established. I'll call you later when you're ready to start manufacturing harder stuff. Nice. Talk to the dealership manager. Talk to a real estate agent. Let's get some. Let's look at the map. Let's get some potential clients here. Let me get the stash here. Oh, never mind. $0 to pay off my debt. Let's go over here. We have so many. Don't give away my ultra sign. Give away sour diesel. Austin, I need 4. Hello? Where's Peggy? Oh, right here. Kim? There's somebody just here. Where'd they go? They just... Oh. Peggy. All right. Favorite is refreshing. Well, this one's refreshing. 83 chance. Well, they're both 83. All right, this should be good. Nice. Ooh, that's a good price. He's offering 60 each. But we'll do 250. Okay. Joyce and Chloe. Okay. Let's get these two. Time to ruin their lives. Okay. Are you one of these people? Jerry? Jerry, you don't have a shirt on, Jerry. Jerry! Jerry! Jerry, you don't have a shirt on, Jerry. Jerry, you don't have a shirt on. You need to go put a shirt on, Jerry, if you're going to be around town. You can't walk around without shoes and a shirt on, Jerry. Okay, Joyce. Are you Joyce? Joyce. Hi, Joyce. Look at you in your old age. Time to start a new habit. Did you have a good weekend? I did have a pretty good past weekend. Appreciate you for asking. Hope yours went well. Dang it, Jerry! Yeah, it was just normal. It was work. But you know, it's chill. Did it say Cranky Frankie? I think it's exactly what it said. Peter! I'm looking for Keith. Who's a Keith? Are you Keith? All right. Nice. All right. Let's see if we get some more customers. Who is Cranky? Why is he Frankie? I don't know. That's an excellent question. Gosh, I got weed bags in my hand. I'm walking past the cops here. Okay. Are you customer? Potential customer? Nope. Like his mustache, though. Dang! Oh, never mind. I thought she was gonna buy one. Nah. Looking for Doris. Doris? Who's the Doris? Doris, hi! You want to try a free sample in here? 70% chance of success. Let's roll the dice, baby! Hey, we got a winner. Oh! Can I see what it looks like first? Oh, you can't see what it looks like? Man! I'll come back here. That's cool, though. Genghis? Like the Khan? Okay, let's go sell down here. We need to mix a strain, too. We'll do that later. Oh, I do need to go make sure my stuff is growing. Man, we ran all the way across town for this one here. All right. Good sale. Now let's go talk to real estate and dealership managers. See what they're about. Okay, there's Benji. Oh, Beth has already won. Sour 7 Diesel by Geraldine. $425. That's a good. Let's see here. We'll do $450. Woo! Let's go. We'll head there right now. Ooh, it's on our way too. Okay, they only want 7. Dang, bro, what you doing with 7 of these? The biggest purchase yet. Yeah. $450, baby. Now let's go up here. Top Dog Car Wash. Javier? Real estate. Peggy wants 4. What can I do for you? Let's see here. Purchase of business. Laundromat, post office. We're getting close to laundromat. Bungalow, barn, and docks warehouse. Oof. Now I got to talk to over here. Oh, I get different vehicles. The bungalow's nice. Should I do a business first or a property first? The poop box, the Viper, Bruiser, Dinkler, Hound Hog, the Cheetah. Buy a property? That's probably so that I can have a bigger room, right? I can afford like a bigger property so that where I can buy more herbs and vegetables and stuff like that, right? You gotta be careful with these night orders. Okay. I can get a skateboard to get around quicker? Ooh, that's a good idea. Does it matter? Oh. Does it matter which skateboard I get? I want to... Okay. Let's see if I can get there before it closes. Basic or gold? Okay. No! Bro, I was here, man. I was here, bro. Bro, hey. No. You go back. You go back behind the counter. I know what I want. I know my order. Well, time to slang. Time to hustle. Missed it by that much. All right, much appreciated. Let's go. No days off. That's right. We out here grinding. Okay, Kyle, I got you, buddy. I got you. How many you want? Foe? Foe them goody things? Foe them things? Nice. So the gas station's probably closed by now. Or is it? Pawn shop? That's gotta stay open, right? It's closed? How's the pawn shop close? How's that thing not 24 hours? Miss Ming! Alright. We're buying flu medicine. $5 mouthwash. Let's buy some Vergras. Some Vergras. Can I add a donut to it? Can I mix it with a donut? Can I mix things with donuts and bananas and stuff? Can you mix it with a multiple? No, it's just two mixies. That's... Oh. Okay, we're going this way. Away from Popo, man. Oh, can I go in here like Ninja Turtles? Oh, wait. Ming Ming. 375. You know what? I'm not going to do a counter offer. Yes, I will. Let's do... Give me 2 flat. You can afford it. Nice. Oh, gosh. Skate park. Okay. Back to skate park. Miss Ming! I'm coming! Coming to sell you the best product. I love butt seek. Oh boy. Nice. All right, who's hit me up? Oh, Benji. Okay. Benji gonna pay up. Oh, Benji's right here, actually. Almost clipped it. Oh, he's out dealing and wheeling and dealing. Benji, what? He's so far away. Whee! Benji! Benji! Benji, come back here! Benji! Benji! Oh my gosh, Benji! He's running so far away from me! Benji! Jesse? Benji! Okay. Ooh, 1,000. Let's go. Let's give him Ultra Slimes. And another 10. Okay. Let's hit up this sale here really quick. We're going to have to call it here in a little bit here, gamers. 5. I think she'll pay 320. Nice. No! I did it for so far. Oh, dang it. I missed the block. Uh-oh. I gotta run. Move it! I get in the slip? Oh, crapola! Ah! Ah! Go, you idiot! Run! Okay. Yay! They saw me! Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Come on! No! Okay. We're safe. I'm safe, right? Okay. So far, this spot here has been perfect. Like, I don't know why, but as of now, the AI doesn't, the pathfinding doesn't walk up here. See? 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 AI! It no work up here. It no pathfind. It no see. Well, if I jump, it'll see me. Perfect. Safe now. Whenever you get chased, just run up to here and you're safe. Can I bop the police officer? Will I get in trouble? Is that frowned upon? Just give him a little boppage. 1 sour D? Bro, if you're going for a single, you're paying up for that. Yeah, that's right. You get out of here, Keith. I ain't got time for singles. Yeah, I don't know what these are. All right, let's head back to base. All right. Yeah, I gotta call it here soon, gamers. Let's get the next batch going, though. All right, they need more water to keep growing. Okay. I think I'll save up for the bungalow, which is what, 6,000? I think it was. Nice. I see you shift to evolve. I see you just doing some schedule 1 action. Nice, nice. I'd go longer, but I have to get up early tomorrow. 4 in the a.m. Yeah, buddy. Okay. How many more baggies? How many more storage as well? Definitely can put. I can put a storage right here. Oh man, I didn't realize I have almost $6,000 right now. Holy crap. Let's put some money away. Okay. We'll be on soon, making food real quick. Ooh, what's on the dinner menu for you, Ireland? Yeah, I want to sell it to Jesse before I go. Jesse's in 2 hours. I'll be able to sleep. Oh, actually, you know what? Time to harvest. Okay. Yeah, let's get this. Oh, 98% grown? Oh, it's got water. It's still growing. 83. Oh, 93. Okay. Ooh, also, I don't have any more fertilizer. I'll have to buy that. Might as well just go. Well, whatever. Yeah, I might as well go to sleep. We'll harvest these in the morning. Dang, dude, look at all those earnings. Just some ramen, nice and simple. Granddaddy perp seeds. Nice. Yeah, I'm definitely filling up space here. I can't really expand anymore in here. Let's see here. I want to put you away. Put you away for now. Take you. You out of my way. And then you. Let's put there. And the lamp will be right there. Or not. Right there's fine. Okay, I like that a little bit better, I'd say. Yeah, this game is fun. This game is soothing. Okay. All right, let's go sell 5 to Jesse. Jesse! One of my most valued customers. Okay, got 5. 5 of them things. Then we just got a... Let's see here. For 4 for 240. Yeah, that's a good price. We'll do 250 though. Okay, barbershop. Where's that? Bought a better shop. Then we got a few more free samples we want. The game is super fun. I love it. Teaching us how to... I know, right? How to be the best dealer around. Okay, we have 6,000 now. Maybe I end it with a bungalow purchase. And then we'll move in there tomorrow. Joyce needs 3 sour diesel. You know what? No. You know what? Yes. It's close. I'm really close. But I want to have a few extra, like maybe another $1,000 extra for like supplies. And then I'll feel more comfortable buying a house, because right now I just barely have enough money for the house. But I only have money for, because I don't have any fertilizer. I don't have, well, I still have some seeds, but all right, Joyce. Another 2 bills. That's pretty good. Yeah. Okay. Now we're about 400 over. I need 4. Okay. Sorry, bud. I'm going to take off of the listing. Okay. Their burrito killed my naan. Is this an English game? Is this a European game? My naan? That's grandmother or grandma in England. My naan. Which I don't know where that term comes from. I do want baggies. $20 is fine, I guess. No, I need at least 40. And then we want long life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I'll call it here. Man, I really want to keep playing. But we'll call it here. Because I gotta mix some items here. Am I going too far? I'm going way too far. Because I want to make some new strains. And then I can give them to Benji to sell. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I didn't see it. I'll check it out, though, Mitchie. Appreciate that, man. Okay. Have I done cough syrup? What's the first one I used? Oh, it was this medicine things. That's right. So we'll do 5. 5 sour diesel. And 5 of those. What does this do? Oh, is that the liquid in it? Okay, so that's gonna take 30 seconds. Next one, we'll take this one. Okay. Don't go on any massacres because of the song. No guarantee, buddy. Some of us really want to play it. Oh. I'll think about it, gamer. Okay, market value 49. California cookies. Okay. Now we're mixing with donuts. California sweet. So I had to make a strain that's 60 or more. Operation Repos is Mitchie. Oh my gosh. We got trash up the wazoo. Such a dirty little hamster. Okay. I'm gonna take... Getting full up here. Thick crack. 50. Best one I made so far. Okay. Now let's do some mouthwash. Because that's probably good. Everybody wants their nugs mixed with some mouthwash. Nice fresh breath. Okay. Trash in the trash. Trash in the trash. And now it's full, right? Ay, ay, ay. Okay, taking out the trash. We got some extreme punch. Okay, and then lastly, sour diesel mixed with Vergra. When it's gonna happen here. Can you mix like a mixed strain with more mixers? Like make it super mixed? Okay. I guess I'll package up the thick crack. While that's cooking, I mean, why not? Oh man, it's late. Okay. 56, close. Wedding booty. That's all my mixing ingredients for now. Yes, it is. Oh. Are there cops running around outside? It sounds like it. Okay, I'm gonna give all these strains to maybe Benji? Can't really sell them because I don't have many of them. Okay. Plenty of product for Benji. Plus, they'll give us a new house. There's a little music on the background. And it is almost time, gamers. See, now the only problem is I have so many different strains on me. Okay, we'll call it here, gamers. I gotta call it. I gotta get the rest. I gotta get some bed. We'll save it here. I like this, like a lot of stuff to do, which is fun. Yeah, because we've almost all the money that we need. Yeah, we'll save it. Okay, we saved it. Time to leave. All right, W Stream gamers. W Stream. Alrighty, so we're gonna call it here. Thanks so much for joining. I appreciate it, gamers. Wherever you are, whether it's morning, afternoon, evening, or night, I hope it goes well for your knowledge. Remember the four codes in society: peace, love, unity, respect. Turn up and knowledge. Remember, Voodoo loves you, Voodoo supports you. Now go out there, do something nice to somebody. Have a great night. Love y'all. Thanks for hanging out. And come back tomorrow. We'll be either doing more schedule what. Oh, look at our money down there. We got a little money pack. Look at that down there by our homie. Looks like a gun of money. But yeah, either more Schedule 1 or some Rebuild friends. Stay tuned tomorrow. Hopefully I'll see you then. Have a great day, everyone. Love y'all. See you next time.